Hey, folks, Quill18 here, and welcome to our first official, proper EU5 live stream. I suspect I'm gonna have to bring down the game volume just a second. But hello! I know I'm dressed a little bit more Victoria 3 than Universalis. Or maybe I'm supposed to look like a 1920s stevedore who may also be a vampire hunter. I don't know by my books. We're here to play EU5. I'm super excited about this. I'm going to bring down the game volume a little bit because I think it might be. Let's bring this down to like 30% or something like that and see where we're at. Maybe I'll bring the music down a little bit more too. Just to make sure. We can always bring things up afterwards and make sure everything is okay. Happy Halloween, everybody! Oh man. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful day. All right, I'm just taking my little bag out of my hot leaf juice cup over here. We need all the hydration today. It's gonna be a big one. My plan is to stream for about 4 hours. Saturday, tomorrow, no live stream to rest. Sunday, the general embargo for EU5 lifts. So right now the plan is probably more EU5 on Sunday. So today is not the general embargo lift date. It's just a special premiere for a subset of people, and this stream has been very kindly sponsored by Paradox. Obviously, I was going to be playing this game regardless, but Paradox is very lovely about making sure to support the people who play their funny little games. Although there's absolutely nothing little about EU5. I think it was in 2000 that EU1 came out. So here we are 25 years later. And in a very substantial way, it feels to me like absolutely everything Paradox has been doing for the last 25 years has led to this. This is what I feel is like their magnum opus in terms of bringing together all these mechanics that they have played with in different games, and not just the Europa Universalis franchise, but elements of Victoria and Imperator and different things like that, and really making it feels like grand strategy is too small of a word now. Is how it feels like to me. I've got somewhere north of 100 hours of gameplay in here. It's a little hard to tell because I've had different games, different versions of this in my Steam that have the fact that it's different games, so they've had different totals and things like that. So I'm estimated a little over 100 hours. The vast majority of it have been focused on the early game. There's tons of late game stuff I have not seen yet. I was really focusing heavily on the early game, making sure I understood, the start, playing lots of different countries and experiment different things. And today we are going to play a tiny country, because those are always really interesting in these games, and it's such a different experience, whether you're playing as Portugal or England or France, Portugal, I meant to say Castile, as bigger, versus a one province minor, which is what we're going to do. In fact, it's going to be a sub-province. It's going to be microscopic. We're playing as the free city of Strasbourg. I have a special love for this city for a long time. On my paternal family line, like 14 generation back, so it doesn't really count, but they were from Strasbourg and they immigrated to Canada, and so I don't think there's an actual, there's nothing real there, but it sparked an initial interest, and then I did some research on it. I thought it was cool. For Ascension I's 15-year anniversary, which was a while ago now, we went and did we went to Strasbourg as part of a vacation. Absolutely adored the city, and I may be writing a novel that is set in Strasbourg as well, but that's gonna be a while yet. We're gonna go ahead and jump in. Again, thank you very much to Paradox for sponsoring this live stream. If you take a look at the What Game, or if you're on YouTube and you're checking the description, there's a link there where EU5 is currently available for pre-order, and it comes out on November the 4th. New game. Boop. Can you take it slow and explain the actions you're taking? Other streamers are button bashing and triple clicking and feels overwhelming. Oh, we're going to take our time. All right, so we got this lovely pop-up when you hit new game over here, which of course you can go and hide if you want. There are some recommended countries that we can look at, or we can select any country. We're going to select any country because, spoiler alert, Strasbourg is not one of the recommended countries to start. It's so tiny. It's so small. I expected Belgium, but I guess didn't exist at that time. I considered it I considered playing a stupid, sexy Flanders. But yeah, Strasbourg will be interesting. It's completely landlocked. We have a lot of really interesting history to talk about over there as well, which I'm sure we're going to get into. It's a bizarre place. Is it German? Is it French? Is it independent? It depends on exactly what year you're looking at. It's really, really fascinating. Animated load streams. I mean, they're not animated per se, but yeah, you get that like zoom out and stuff like that. That's a nice little touch. And welcome to the world of yesterday. Ooh, lots of gray over here. But yeah, we're gonna be focused in this area, and we're looking for Strasbourg. So we gotta zoom in. Okay, we gotta zoom in a little more. Okay, we gotta keep zooming in. We gotta keep going. And there we are, right over here. This is Strasbourg, the free city of Strasbourg, sandwiched right in between. In modern day, it's right on the border. It's in France in the modern day, right on the border with Germany. And it's strange. You go visit it today, and you're looking around the building and the different eras of construction, and you're like, I don't understand what nation I'm in. It's bizarre. Is it German? Is it French? Yes, that is exactly right. So let's go ahead. We'll hit the Play as Strasbourg button. And one of the things I like about EU5 is when you first load, you get this agenda. Now, you can always just hide it. We're going to probably figure out where the best place for our camera is as soon as we get properly into the game. But you can go and hide this. There's also some little feedback that you can get access to. So we get our initial situation. Here we're getting a bit of a rundown of the HRE. This is not tech specific to Strasbourg. I'm not expecting too much that is specific to Strasbourg here, right? Micro little thing in here. Is Strasbourg the capital of the EU? The problem is the EU, doesn't the EU have like 3 capitals, right? Depending on what buildings you're looking to. I think are the EU Parliament buildings in Strasbourg? There's definitely something, because I did visit it, but I can't remember what. Right? It's at least 3. Because I think Brussels is one of the EU capitals for various purposes. I think Strasbourg is one of them for various purposes. I don't know. The Hague? I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand Europe. The heartland of the Holy Roman Empire endured the long period of the Great Interregnum and looks to the next decades with worry. In the face of the advancing age of Holy Roman Emperor Ludwig IV von Wittelsbach, the family of von Wittelsbach de Luxembourg and von Habsburg once more prepare for competition for the imperial crown. While imperial authority south of the Alps is deteriorating, Italy, German merchants scramble to secure their trade routes into Italy, while the Hanseatic League are enjoying their dominance over the regions of northern Germany. So let's close this, and just to break our habits and patterns, let's unpause and then pause. 4 hours in game had just passed. I don't know who had bets on how long it would take me to unpause, but there you go. Now we're going to be paused for the next hour and a half. Okay, probably not that long, but we are going to go through some of the UI-ness over here. So we're starting on April 1st of 1337. That is no joke. And yeah, we've got Strasbourg. Now, I was saying like, oh, you know, in EU4 parlance or whatever, Vicky and different things like that, you might refer to some of these places as one province minors. But in fact, Strasbourg doesn't even occupy its full proper province. The town of Strasbourg over here is properly in the province of Lower Alsace, which you can see with this gray outline over here. We only control one of 5 of the locations in Lower Alsace proper. And in fact, one of our early goals might be to go and unify that. Now, I'm not looking to super blob up, and especially, I mean, early on, that really won't happen. And by all accounts, in EU5, it is much harder to just go like ham and do full world conquest. Although, of course, people are going to do it because you people are crazy, right? But I would like to stay relatively small and to see how much kind of economic and trade dominance we can manage without growing too big. But we're gonna have to grow a little. We're gonna need a little bit of territory under our direct control. So there's gonna be a little bit of shenaniganry right from the start. What is the best kind of CB of Casus Belli? The best CB is no CB, of course. We do have to wait a month. We can't declare war until 1 month has gone by. So we'll wait on that for just a second. So we're only holding, the only place we have right now is the location of Strasbourg. This is currently a town level. So there's different ranks for places. You can have completely rural areas. So this, for example, here, this is a rural settlement, sort of level 1. And then we have Strasbourg with the sort of square icon over here, which is a town, that's level 2. And then there's full cities. I suspect, for example, if we were to find Paris, which is totally somewhere over here. Where's the search button? Paris. Yeah, see, Paris has got, there it is. Paris has got this hexagonal shape over here. This is a full city. Now, what is the difference between them? Certain buildings are available in one level, but not in others. Rural settlements, because they're less developed, tend to have a lot more room for, well, the RGOs, the resource gathering operations, which in many cases might be farming areas, for example. And so our goal, it's not a level up, right? To bring a particular location from rural to town to city is not a goal. In fact, for a lot of your places, you're going to want to keep them rural because those are the places where you farm and where you mine. And we don't have any of that in our starting thing other than this one town. We have 56,000 people in Strasbourg. This is very likely to drop for a number of different reasons fairly early on in our run, but we'll see what we can do. You know what? I think the best thing to do is probably to go through these basic tabs here, figure out our initial situation and how we want to interact with. Yeah, I think the UI is very strong. I should note I may or may not be on the final release version of the game. Technically this is a preview build. Whether or not this exact build I'm on is going to be the build that gets released on November the 4th, which is that Tuesday, right? Tuesday is when the game comes out. So there may be some things in here that will be changed for release, standard disclaimers over here, but it's probably going to be pretty similar. What was that message about? Oh, I want to turn off the treat streams for today. Boom, boom, boom. We have some dinner plans tonight, so I don't want to fill up ahead of time. This is a new subscriber, Cav Tanker. Thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated. Okay, first tab, government. So, and then even within this, we have sub-tabs. I think I'm going to move my camera to the bottom right, and we'll see if that's out of the way for most things. All right, so government tab over here, 2 sub-tabs, country versus values, and then even on this country sub-tab, we have sub-sub-tabs of estates, parliament, cabinet, and laws. You'll notice when I mouse over these tabs as well, not only do we get a tooltip with nested tooltips, which we love, and all games need to start doing this all the time and forever now because it's absolutely fantastic. But when we mouse over, there's also this little cog over here, and you can see in the tooltip, it says if I right-click, I can automate these things. This game is big. Again, this is the grandest of grand strategies, and there may be certain aspects of the game that, especially early on, you might not want to micromanage while you focus on certain things. So you can, in a very granular way, choose to automate certain sub-components of the game. There's also some higher level components that can be automated through this tab over here, for example. One example, I particularly don't care that much about micromanaging my generals, so I might want to go and turn this on so that now my generals get automatically assigned to my armies, which is great. When all those situations where I'm taking an army and I'm splitting it in half, and then one of them needs a commander assigned, you know what? We'll just let the game handle that for me. I think that's going to be okay. Now, this might change substantially once we get to the point of standing armies, but at the start of EU5, very much like in Crusader Kings, we don't have a standing professional army. In fact, if we take a look at our manpower over here, we have 0 manpower and are gaining 0 manpower. And that's pretty much what most countries are going to be like at the start of the game. Some of the larger ones might have a tiny little bit of potential for a permanent professional standing army, but the vast majority of people are going to be reliant purely on peasant levies still at the start of the game, but this will change over time. Yeah, so assigning generals, I find really convenient early on. So yeah, we could automate estates. We're not going to, but we've got the various estates. So estates were something that were added later on in EU4, originally through a expansion, but then I think they went and added the base game so they could play with more mechanics that way. Our estates over here, they've got slightly different names because we are playing as a merchant republic. Our leader is a Burgermeister, a master of all burgers, Fritzi von Waldorf over here. And we can see our stats, which are pretty unimpressive. So in EU4, you were used to your ruler, your monarch points ranging from like 0 to 6, right? Here they're from 0 to 100. And Fritzli here is very middle of the road for diplomatic and military and absolute trash for administrative. So Hopefully he'll get replaced by someone a little bit stronger down the way. But the estates, we've got the Republic, or sort of the crown power in for most people. But again, we're not a monarchy here, we're a republic, so it's the strength of the republic. And then we've got the patricians, or the hoity-toity aristocrats. We've got the clergy, we've got the burghers who make the money, and then we've got the commoners over here. Each one of these states are also shown at the top. This is the percentage of their state satisfaction. I think we have to wait a day for the UI to actually tick up and update some. Oh no, sorry, that's showing the change over time. The colored bar is their satisfaction, and then the number is what the change is going on right now. We can also see their relative power over here. So the commoners, we have a lot of commoners. In fact, we can see the population number. We have 201 patricians, 371 clergy, 3,000 burghers, and 52,000 commoners. But for some reason, despite the commoners being bigger than everyone else, they have the least amount of power. Oh, if only there was some way for them to organize. You have an affiliate link? Oh, Deadmate, in the Moobot command or on YouTube, there's an affiliate link down there for purchasing the game from the Paradox website, but it will give you a Steam code, as I understand it. You have more than 5 estates? I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. In fact, I think there are, because I think I have played a game somewhere where there was an extra estate. So I think of this as there being 4 estates, but you can count the Republic / Crown as the 5th if you want. But I think I've played somewhere that had an extra estate of some kind. So I think the answer to that is yes. They have a special one. I can't remember where it was or what they were, but yeah, that is pretty dynamic. Actually, this whole top bar is fairly dynamic as well, because for example, over here, we have our manpower thing. If we were coastal, we would actually see our naval manpower as well, our sailor availability in this list as well. So that is represented dynamic. For each of these estates, they have certain estate privileges. They have been granted some to start off with, and I can add some others if I want. And some of these might be super useful and super powerful early on. I'm sure we're going to develop some really interesting metas for these things. Some of these increase the 5% here. This is the baseline satisfaction change. And then the second number is the estate power. And one of the things, like, implementing this estate over here would make the patricians super duper happy, but it would upset the others a little bit because, you know, it makes the patricians have more power, which they wouldn't appreciate quite that much. So we can implement those things. We can also go and implement some reforms for our main government itself, which I'm going to go and jump on immediately. So it's also worth noting that some of these numbers will be different depending on who you're playing. Starting here at Strasbourg, we have a limit of 2 reforms. Well, do we? Because if I go down and I implement Merchant Republic as one of our reforms, this is a republic that is founded upon the principles of trade. The flow of money is the most important to the families that rule the republic. So we can see it gives us discounts on Ferengi building costs, trade maintenance, trade capacity goes up. We do integrate slower, but it does give us +1 trade reform, and we do get some trade income. Now, at the start of it, we're not going to have much trade income, but I think we're going to lean into that as much as possible. And what's nice is this doesn't really occupy one of our reform slots because it does give us +1 reforms. So if I go and put that in, it doesn't implement itself instantly. We're going to see over here that the Merchant Republic gets implemented over time. I'm going to go and put in a second one immediately, and I'm going to put in sortition. So the sortition will give our burghers more power and increase our tax efficiency, which sounds pretty good. And it's going to push our monthly progress towards plutocracy. Before we do that, and try not to let me forget about this, let's go back to the government tab, and let's look at the second sub-tab over here, values. These are reminiscent to EU3 with these values of our country. And one of the things is the tug of war between aristocracy and plutocracy. Now, it definitely feels like early on, we should really feel like a plutocracy, right? Plutocracy is money rules the day, as opposed to, you know, nobles that are, you know, oh, I was born to an important person, so that makes me important. You know, money's obviously the most important thing in the world. We might actually decide at some point. It's not sliders exactly. We don't actually interact. This is not a slide that we pull, although we do have sliders on the economic screen, but more on that in a second. One thing we might want to consider with aristocracy is if at some point we decided that, you know what, being a, what am I looking for over here? Being a republic, maybe we're over it. Maybe we'd like a shiny crown. And maybe what we'd like to do is reform into a monarchy, which we could do. To do that, we do need to have the slider way in the direction of aristocracy over plutocracy. So at minus 95, I think the meter goes from minus 100 to plus 100. So we basically need it pinned, virtually pinned on the left-hand side, the aristocratic side, to convert ourselves into a monarchy. But it's something we could consider. But we could also just stay as a republic as well. But if one of the things is, I don't think we can go up these country rankings properly as a republic and, you know, forming some of these other sub-nations, which would be really interesting to do. Again, I think we mostly need, well, yeah, so tier 3 formable country, and then we have to own, obviously, a lot of locations to it. But there are lots of formable nations that are possible to do, and that might be one of our things. You don't like the UI? I think the UI is fine. I mean, I gotta admit, the first time I loaded the game, I was like, whoa, I don't know what's going on. But no, I've played it. It's like, no, I really, really like it. And to me, it is very reminiscent of EU4 style, as opposed to more of a CK3 or Victoria 3. So, yeah, I don't know. We are going to, oh, right, and I'm going to go and put in the sortition. So, despite maybe we want to turn into some sort of monarchy later on, I don't know. I think sortition for now is really going to do us great. The tax efficiency is going to be good. Sliding towards plutocracy is going to be fine. It does make the burghers more powerful, but I'm kind of okay with that, because I think that's going to be our thing. Once Merchant Republic finishes, we'll be able to put in a third reform, and we're going to go and take a look at that. One of the things that's very important with these estates is this is where your tax money comes from. Each one of these estates makes a certain amount of money, and depending on how we tax them, they will give that money to us. So I'm going to leave these extra little tabs here for a second. We're going to go over to economy and take a look at our budget, our budget. Like everything else in the game, you can completely automate the balance if you would like, by right-clicking on this little cog over here. But I don't think I don't feel like the balance is terribly annoying to deal with at all. Let's go through. So we've got income and expenses. We do have this little button here. By default, it hides anything that's not doing anything, but we can have it show, so we can see like, oh, I'm not paying to maintain diplomacy, or, you know, I'm not buying food. So these are all zeroed out. So by default, they're hidden. So what you see on here can change, but I like the hidden is fine. Income includes minting, which is just making coins, printing money, which has never gone bad. If you mint money, inflation can go up. So as I move this slider here, you can see I'm making more and more monthly income. Right now, we're completely balanced in terms of inflation. I currently have 0, and it's not changing. If I go and mint a little bit more, you can see, I mean, we're still currently at 0 inflation, but inflation is increasing, and we get a really big warning when that is happening. I'm going to go ahead and just put us in a balance point right over here. So this is minting as much as possible without increasing inflation. Seems like a pretty good place for us to start. Then we got a tax rate for all of our various factions. So the patrician tax over here is currently sitting at 1.13%. I can bring it up. Now there's a limit to how much I can bring it up over here. Each one of these estates, depending on various laws and privileges and different stuff like that, we have a minimum and a maximum tax amount. The maximum I can tax patricians currently is 33%, or nearly 34%. But taxing them makes them unhappy. You can see that the equilibrium, the satisfaction they will naturally move towards, will be down at 17%. Being under 50% satisfaction isn't great with an estate. So what we'd like to do is find a sweet spot. Ideally, we want to tax them as much as possible while they're still happy. And that is possible. So if I tax the patrician 0%, it's 51. So you can see we could fiddle and try to find it. This would be super annoying to constantly do manually, which is why there's a beautiful button here to just automate the tax rate to keep the patricians at 50%. Same thing with the clergy, the burghers, and the commoners. Now, annoyingly, the clergy maximum tax is 0% right now. Can't tax the church. Maybe that'll be something that changes later on. But for now, we don't get to make money from the church, so maybe we don't need to keep them too happy either. Something to consider. The burghers, so the patricians we're basically not taxing them at all because they're not quite happy enough. The burghers are super happy. We're taxing them as much as we can, although right now, like 25% is the max we can tax them, and they're still super happy. So we got some wiggle room there, or maybe we can increase how much we can tax them. And the commoners over here, we're taxing them a little bit more. We're actually taxing them quite a bit, at 36% currently, but they don't actually have that much money. There's a lot of them, but they don't have that much money, so the taxes are so much there. I think most of our early taxes are going to come from our burghers, and we might want to see about optimizing around that. Then we can look at the expense side of it. Cost of the court. So this raises either your, what is it when you're a royal? Legitimacy, I suppose, right? But we're a republic, so it's Republican tradition, but it's very standard. This number ranges from 0 to 100. If you're below 100, you do get the slight penalty. Over here, you can see stability cost. the cost to increase our stability is increased because we're not sitting in 100% Republican tradition. The nice thing about this, let's say we maxed out this slider. If we do hit 100% Republican tradition, it will stop spending on this. Like we can leave this, if our goal is to keep our Republican tradition at 100%, we can keep this slider at 100%. And then when we hit that 100%, it'll just put in enough to maintain it. So it'll be costing us like 0.02 per month or something like that to maintain that, depending on, or you know, whatever. It might be free because depending on the sliders. Army maintenance currently 0 because we don't have an army raised, neither do we have a navy raised. Fort maintenance is there. We do have a fort. We could go and drop this. By default, these are automated, where if a war starts, they will put the sliders to 100%, which is nice. How much do we want to spend on diplomacy? We'll probably mess with this a lot. And then stability. Now, I actually do want to boost our stability a fair bit. We may have to be worried about the our economic situation. We'll see what develops. Now, we also know that the stability cost right now is slightly more expensive because we're not at perfect Republican tradition. What we might want to do is we might want to wait on raising our stability. Like I might want to go and set the stability at 0 over here while we wait for the Republican tradition. I don't know. We will see. And then, yeah, building maintenance over here. We can take out loans. We can take a look at our current debt, which we don't have any over here. Markets and trading, we're going to be looking into this like huge. I think it's too early right now for us to have a big discussion about this. But the way it works, and you can see that the map dynamically changes its map mode for some of these screens, which is wonderful. Currently, we are in the market known as the Nuremberg market. So over in Nuremberg over here, this is the market capital. And Strasbourg, which is right over here, falls under that category. These markets, unlike EU4, hey, Spectre, thanks for the gift subs. Unlike EU4, these trade zones are not fixed. They are dynamic because each one of these trade zones will have a certain amount of trade power and range and various other meters that determines whether an individual province falls under one trade zone versus another. We might find ourselves in the Paris trade zone at some point. We might find ourselves in the Köln. I think that meant the Cologne trade node zone over here. Or we might want to create our own market, which we can totally do, and honestly is my goal. Now, it's fairly pricey to do, so we're not going to do that right now. I think it's going to cost us, 161 bucks currently. There's no way we can justify that cost now, but I would like to do that because I would love to feel like I'm dominating the trade between both France and Germany. That's what I would like. And maybe we don't even go coastal. Maybe it's just pure inland trade, and that would be kind of cool. So anyway, with that in mind, I'm going to go and just automate this market. Now, again, this would be automating all trade. You've got some other ability to do some fine tuning. You could automate trading in a particular market, but you've got this slider over here to determine how much of your total trade capacity is automated versus not, right? I could be like, well, I'm okay with automating a tiny bit. Or I'm okay with automating most of it, but I want to leave a little trade capacity for me. Or maybe we want to automate all of it. But right now, I'm going to just go ahead and automate all markets, trading in all markets. Just do it for me. There's not that much going on right now, which might mean it'd be fine to manage. You can see it made one trade. It is currently, I think we're exporting dies from the Nuremberg. So trade happens between markets. Okay? So this is a trade from the Nuremberg market to the Praha market, and we're going to make money doing that. There's too many dies in Nuremberg. We're not even producing any. These dies don't come from Strasbourg at all. We're just being the middleman, which I like as a way to muck around with things, and I'm sure we're going to look at that a lot. Next tab over here, and I know we're ignoring some of the sub-tabs. Parliament will definitely come back to later. Our cabinet, we're going to take some actions very soon, and we got some laws here, and in fact, we're going to be prompted right over here, yeah. By implementing Merchant Republic, I think we did get offered this opportunity to codify our maritime laws. So let's go ahead. If we click on that, it'll save us from navigating through here. So we get to choose. We have a maritime law to choose. It has no policy currently, and we get to choose from one of these 5 over here. I'm going to choose protect trade routes, which increases the burger estate satisfaction equilibrium, makes the burgers even happier, and increases our trade range. I don't need naval supplies. I don't need sailors. I don't care about a discount to Navy maintenance because I don't have one. And I'm not building ships. So I get to just take protect trade routes as sort of a little freebie. Boom. Done. Excellent. Easy peasy. Okay, so that deals with that. We're gonna look at buildings and production a whole bunch. We can take a look at our society tab. That's actually going to be good for our context for our start over here. So society's got 3 tabs: culture, religion, and people. If you take a look at our culture, our primary culture is Rhine Alemannic. I mean, we're a certain type of German is what's going on here. And our dialect is well, it's this Alemannic dialect. It's this Alsatian dialect. It's Germanic, certainly, but it's its own little variant. And even for centuries later, the common tongue of Strasbourg stays this Alsatian variant of German. Although German, like High German, gets used in the merchant guilds and for trade is the language. And then when France takes over Strasbourg, French becomes the language of like the nobility, and the military that moves in is basically French. But still, other than that, so again, in my book I'm writing, which is set in 1789, which Strasbourg is part of France, and in 1792, so just 3 years later, the La Marseillaise, like the French national anthem, gets written in Strasbourg, and yet only about 1% of the people in Strasbourg spoke French as a native tongue. I think it's interesting. Anyway, we are almost completely all Rhine Alemannic, and then we have 0.84% of our population is Ashkenazi German Jewish over here. Although they are not an accepted culture in here. They're not even tolerated. History, man, history. Anyway, religion-wise, we are currently almost 100% Catholic with a tiny bit of Judaism. That makes a lot of sense. I'm sure at some point, some people will protesterize some of these things. And then we can look at our people. And then we get sort of like Victoria-style breakdown of our population. So the bigger nations, this list scrolls like mad. It's crazy here. But we can see our breakdown, right? So we've got our peasants, our laborers, our burghers, soldiers, different type of peasants, right? A different culture and different religion, clerics and nobles. So, I mean, it's basically the same, but as we keep going forward and as we get immigration that's coming in, we're probably going to get like 15 different variations of peasants.
Been watching your content since your first
Hey, Baylor.
Let's Play. It feels like yesterday EU4 came out. Excited for EUV. Keep up great work.
EUV. Hey, thank you very much. That is really appreciated, Baylor. Thank you. Yeah, so population growth, this is going to be really important for some of these things. Diplomacy, so lots of things over here, including organizations. We are part of 2 organizations at the start. We are part of the Holy Roman Empire, and we are part of the Catholic Church. And that may change later on, who knows? And then we've got actions here. For example, I might want to immediately start to offer an alliance to someone. That might not be a terrible idea, or I might want to befriend some people. Or I might want to use my diplomatic powers to declare some wars in a month. We'll see. Military tab, we'll look at that a little bit more. Geopolitics, so overall territory. If we had coastal stuff, we could try to do some exploration. And if we'd explored places, we could try to set up colonies. We can get a list of all of our provinces. Just one province for us because we're a tiny little baby province. There's a population and tax base. And food, which is going to be really important. Maritime tab, disabled for us because we don't have sea access. And then what diseases are going on in the world? None yet, but that's going to change pretty quickly as the game starts. And then finally, we do have research over here. Now, there is a research tree divided among the ages. Each one of these ages is about 100 years long. We're currently in the age of traditions. And there are 3 institutions. And as far as I know, oh no, they haven't spread. Okay, we have feudalism, we have legalism, but meritocracy has not spread to us. And each one of these institutions has a tech tree associated to it. And that's why, so over here, yeah, this is meritocracy. If meritocracy spreads to us, then we will start to have the ability to progress down here. Now, we could look at these tech trees. These tech trees, most of it is shared, but some of it will be specific. Some countries have things that only belongs to them. And then there's also things for religion and culture. For example, this over here is only available to people in the religious group of Christianity, for example. So there is some variation in the tech trees depending on who you're playing as. Now, I don't tend to interact with the tech tree directly too much. I tend to just look in here. This is the list of all the advances, all the techs that I can research right this second. As it turns out, only one tech is currently available to me. It's because we've finished most of the techs in this age already. We've got 56 of 83 advances already. So we're going to go and queue up organized religions. So it increases the amount of clerics in towns and cities and increases the max literacy for clergy. Hey, that sounds great. It's going to take 25 research points. We can see our research progress over here based on various traits that we've got. So I'm going to click that. When I do that, more things show up over here because organized religion was a prereq for 3 other technologies. classic scholasticism, which increases institution growth, guilds, which increases the number of possible burghers in towns and cities and their max literacy, and universal Christianity, which gives us some free monthly diplomats. Well, I'm going to go and do guilds because I think that's very much in our vibe. So I'm queuing this up, right? So this is here, this is second in queue, and this had its own, this was a prereq to its own things. So for example, it might be a good idea to decrease the cost of purchasing food. Right now we're making food, but there might be periods of time where we have to purchase some. And this is almost certainly going to lead to even more stuff like, faster construction speed, increased RGOs, resource gathering operations. And I might still want to take these free monthly diplomats over here. That actually might not be a bad idea. In fact, I think I'm going to take universal Christianity and do that. I'll just queue up here, but there's nothing stopping me from basically queuing through my entire tech tree at this point in the game. And then, we can take a look at the ages. We can look at the institutions. And if we do that, actually, we can see, I don't know, where is this? Where is Henbolic? Try this again. A little bit more zoomed in because I can actually tell where it was sending me to. Boom. That's sent to the map mode. Oh, if I just click on you, there it'll go. It'll select you. Oh, you're over here. All right, fair enough. I don't know where that is. And if we mouse over, it has not spread over here at all. But otherwise, the other two are currently present. So probably a very different vibe to our start. And then, we can go ahead and disable that map mode. That's going to be okay. Let's deal with some of these alerts. So pops with needs, you can see in the Nuremberg market, there is a shortage of fur, fine cloth, fruit, furniture, etc., etc., etc. Hopefully with some trade, that'll start to improve. Our Burgermeister is currently unmarried. The Republic of Como apparently has a eligible spouse for us. Bonacosa Rusconi is 16, and we could get married over there. How old are we? Is this going to be weird? Honestly, we've seen worse. We've seen worse. Let's get married. It'll give us a little bit of prestige. They'll get some prestige. Sure, fine. Boom. A meritocracy is an institution closely related to Confucian administration philosophy. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yes. Okay, what's next? We've got some unprofitable buildings. What we might want to do is turn some of these off just to free up some workers to go somewhere else. But the other thing we can do is we could change our employment system. So right now we're at first come, first serve. We could go, so you can see here, it's monthly progress towards traditional economy. And it describes it, buildings are filled in the order they're built. We might want to change to most profitable first, or infrastructure, then most profitable might be even more important. I don't know if we've got any infrastructure buildings right now, but we could. This also progresses towards capital economy and communalism. Most profitable first doesn't progress us towards anything. But most profitable first does sound pretty good for us, doesn't it? I think we might do that. I think we're going to do this. So, boom. And then hopefully that will help. So the buildings that were unprofitable, people will move out of that to more profitable ones. And we're going to have to build some more buildings as well. This building scene, because I clicked that button, this is showing us the not profitable ones. Whereas if we load this up normally, it shows us all these types of buildings. So in Victoria 3, which is obviously an amazing economic simulator, there's about 50 buildings. In EU5, there's over 100 different buildings. Now, they're not quite as complex because they don't have as many modes, although they still do. There are different production methods available for some of these buildings. So if you look at the paper makers over here, for example, there are 3 different building methods that can be used. This one's grayed out because we don't have the tech for it yet. But there's a choice. So option 1, fiber pulp paper, uses fiber crops and lumber to make paper, whereas this would be animal parchments, which uses leather and wood to make paper. And we can choose which one of these. We can see here at a glance that the fiber method is definitely going to be the most profitable, and hopefully that is being run. I think that there's a very good chance for most of the game I will be keeping the production methods automation on, which it currently is, so the game will try to pick the most profitable one out of those things. There might be reasons that I'm going to want to get involved and do some of these things manually, but meh. So these are the buildings. I can sort by profitability. Like, hey, a tools guild might actually be fairly profitable to build. It's got an estimated maximum profit of 0.44 gold per month, I believe. And what's nice is here we can see certain stat breakdowns, but there's a handy button over here. If we had enough money to build one, this would give us a breakdown of all the places we could build it. I mean, obviously there would only be one place right now because we only own one place, but it would show us that. It would also give us good financial breakdown of how how profitable it's predicted to be over time. So I might want to end up building a tools building because that is maybe one of our biggest money makers here. On the other hand, I might be more interested in constructing some basic goods. So the goods tab over here shows all the different goods that can exist, and we've got some handy buttons for it. So this is a quick button to import wheat. This is a handy button to export wheat. This button over here would be to build a building that produces wheat. There are no, as far as I know, there are no buildings that produce wheat. There are none now, but I think even with tech, there won't be any. Wheat isn't produced in a building, it's produced in a resource gathering operation, which depends on the local environment. And it turns out that our starting location of Strasbourg does actually grow wheat. So you'll see there are no other RGOs we can build. There are some things that might be possible to get in a couple of different ways. Generally speaking, there's certain RGO, like, I don't know if this is true, but as an example, as a hypothetical, let's assume that later on there's places where we can build RGOs to dig up coal, but also maybe we can build a wood furnace to produce charcoal. There might be two different ways to go and do that, but the RGO will be more appreciated. Now, there's this handy RGO builder, which I really like, and includes this mass expand RGO, which is currently grayed out because it's going to take us $33 to build one. But this might be pretty good, and we can see the profitability here is higher than the tool industry. And what's nice is this doesn't even take any inputs, right? Tool will obviously need, I don't know, wood and iron or something like that to make it work. Whereas, turns out, and this is a life hack, you can just put seeds in ground and get free stuff out of the ground. Mind-boggling. We look at Strasbourg, we can see we can have a maximum of 5 wheat resource gathering operations, and we currently have 3. This is going to be a pretty high priority for us. The rest over here, oh, there we go. So we don't have a cabinet operation yet. If we take a look at the government tab over here, country, cabinet, we have 2 cabinet seats available to us. Bigger countries will likely start with 3, and some extra things will go up at that. So there's a variety of different actions you can have your cabinet do. It's a little bit reminiscent, kind of maybe, of some of the things you do in Crusader Kings. If I click on the cabinet actions, we can see the list of things, including a bunch of grayed out stuff like I don't have anything to integrate right now, so that is not available as an option. We could decide to try to convert or assimilate our people in Strasbourg here. Although it's such a small minority that might not be a priority. I might want to get some help in stabilizing our country or strengthening our government. These might not be bad early options over here. And then the thing that you can do when you don't really have anything else good to do is you can just run this develop province to just increase the provincial development, which is the sort of base taxes, base possibility that something has. It's very strong. We can also change societal values. If we want to push towards aristocracy, we can do that. For us, one of the big societal values we might want to push at is obviously naval is not going to matter to us at all. So we might want to be like, yeah, let's push towards land right from the start. Our trade range over sea goes like the amount of trade range we use going over sea goes up dramatically. But we're probably not doing much of that anyway. So that might be very valid to go and really have a land focus for us. So we could go and push that. I think what I like is I'm going to go and get one helping with stabilizing the country, especially since I'm not currently investing in it. I think it might not be a bad idea. And it's going to use the military skill of whoever is doing that. So I'm going to appoint a cabinet member to work on that. By default, it sorts by the appropriate thing. So in this case, military. Baldwin over here has got a 94 military. Excellent. Go ahead and help stabilize the country, please. And then for a second action, I suppose I will develop a province. Yeah, that seems fine for now. We'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to develop a province. Lower Alsace is the only one available to us. We're going to do this. And yeah, it gives you a hint. That's probably what you want to do when you have nothing urgent to do. Good. And this is an admin action, hopefully. Oh, Victor's 93 admin. Oh, that's great. We actually have like no one particularly good at diplomacy. So there you go. So we'll get a couple of people involved. All these people are also associated with various estates and help to boost their power. And there's all kinds of extra side effects over there. But for now, we're just going to try to get these folks going on. If you can automate your cabinet, and if you do, you can also lock it. So let's say I want to stabilize the country. I might want to lock this action and then automate the cabinet. So the automation will change the second one, but not the top one. There's a lot of that. Trade's the same way. You can automate trade, but you can also lock in some manual trades that you want. If you know there's something you want to do, but you don't want to mess with every part of it. This game is amazing. Like the UI, the quality. What else? Possible rivals. We can assign a possible rival. I'm going to immediately, and here's what I'm concerned about. I'm going to do a little safety save here. Here's what I'm concerned about. I have practiced this start a number of times. I know exactly how things should go. I'm fully expecting things to not go that way this time, just because we're streaming it. Anyway, I'm going to rival the Republic of Hagenau over here. They looked at us funny once, and we don't appreciate that. All right? And yeah, I'm going to keep my other diplomats available. Let's go ahead and properly unpause now and let the game run. Now, because we're a small country, it's going to be a lot quieter and a lot slower to start off with, right? If we were playing ourselves as France or Castile or something like that, then we would have a billion million things to do every single month. Here, there's going to be a lot of time going by. Baden thinks we suck. I wonder if I should set up a little bit of diplomacy with a neighbor. Maybe with a big one? Or maybe sort of a middle ground. What about, like, Luxembourg? Maybe we should suck up to Luxembourg and then see if we can set ourselves up to be an ally with them. So I'm going to right-click, so there's lots of different ways we could open the interaction, right? If I go to Luxembourg, we can check the relations, we can check the actions over here. Actually, these are all my actions, I'm just realizing, not the ones specific to Luxembourg. Oh, and then there it was. With the diplomacy page open, if I click on Luxembourg, I get the Luxembourgian diplomacy. But the context menu is also really great over here. We can go to the full diplomatic actions if we want, but I can be like, listen, let's work to improve our opinion with Luxembourg. Boom, done. There we go. It's going to eat some of our monthly diplomats. It's going to use one diplomat right away and then consume some for maintenance. But we'll make a little bit of friendship over there. We can see it over in the outliner. Great stuff. Okay. I don't want to overcommit to the diplomatics thing, so I'm going to need some points here. And a month has gone by. The 100 Years' War situation has started. Go figure. In the year of 1337, tensions between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France have reached a breaking point. The long-standing disputes over territory and claims to the French throne have erupted into open hostilities, marking the beginning of the 100 Years' War. Both nations are now preparing for a protracted conflict that will shape the destiny of Western Europe. The world watches as these two great powers prepare for the inevitable clash on the battlefield. This will hopefully be over quickly. Yeah, it'll be over by Christmas. Don't worry about it. Anyway, the situation is here. We can see who's allied to what. And we can even choose to get ourselves involved in this. I think we're going to watch this one from the sidelines. So, but it is the first. It has been a month into the game, which means a button that was not available to us a few minutes ago is now available to us. Son of a... How'd you get an ally already? What about... Lichtenberg? See, I knew this would happen. This almost never, ever, ever happens. We're probably still fine. Ooh, I could just jump on Offenburg. Now, Offenburg is less of a priority because they're not in the same province. I would really like... part of me is like, should I just load up my save from this morning? Where we expanded a little bit pretty early. I hate that you got some early allies. We're still predicted to be slightly stronger. We'll be able to jump in with a fair amount of momentum. I think we're probably okay. I don't mind doing a reload if some reason doesn't work, right? We just started. Well, we're 48 minutes into the stream, but we just started the game. We're going to go ahead and declare war. With what CB? No CB. No CB is best CB, so we're going to do this. This is going to cost us a ridiculous amount of stability. It's also going to generate a certain amount of antagonism. We're going to be bad boys. Declare war. If it fails, it fails. It's fine. All right, so we got a war going on. The first war of Strasbourger aggression. And what we're going to do, we do get a warning right over here. We have unraised army levies. If we click this, it would just bring us to the raise army levy screen, which we can also get to from this military screen, raise levies. And we can click on this and we can make some choices. But if I just right click on this, it'll raise all levies. Now, like in, for example, the Victoria games, and unlike EU4, right? Because we don't have manpower, we're actually taking peasants. We're taking farmers out of the fields, giving them pointy sticks, and telling them to go die for us. Which isn't great for our economy. We're going to do it anyway. Boom. All right, so we're going to raise this, and we're going to hopefully just jump on Hagenau before they even raise their own troops. Okay. I've played the start at Strasbourg so many times. Okay, they're starting to raise their troops, but they haven't yet. I've played the start of Strasbourg so many times, and this has gone flawlessly. These two countries never have alliances this early. I just knew it. Anyway, so they're raising, but there we go. We've gone in here before they finish raising that. Now, what's annoying is Sarwarden over here He is probably still raising some troops and will come over, but hopefully they won't have the numbers. We do have a general. In fact, that is us. We are going to be leading this army ourselves. We're going to arrive there on the 22nd of July. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and siege this out. And I'm going to go and fast forward speed 5. Chuka, chuka, chuka. Occupation is successful. We even pillaged some money. Great. We normally, I would just peace out now and fully annex stuff. But no, I'm going to have to march over here like some sort of fool and hope that there's not too much. Okay, I should have slowed down the speed so we get a proper preview of the war. But we do have a big numbers advantage. They probably have a defensive advantage. But we should be able to overwhelm those sheer numbers. But we're losing more people than we like. Every single person that dies here is a farmer who's not going back to his freaking field. I wonder if we can fully annex both. That is possible. Oh, Burgermeister just got a promotion, the battlefield medic. Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay, this army is running away. There are a number of automation options available. I could, and I don't need to here, but I could use this objective system, which is beautiful. This is one of my favorite things from Imperator that I always want to see make a proper appearance in other games. Now, U4 did eventually get a little bit of automation with some of its troops, right? Rebel suppression, some sieging. So here the way it works is the objective screen, which we can access from an army, or we can access from the military screen as well. There's the objective button over here. And we can give it a job, like, I want you to carpet siege or focus siege, and you choose where it is, and then you assign armies to it. Obviously, no reason to do it right now. There's only one province to worry about, but amazing automation for later in the game, bigger countries, all those things. All right, let's finish this. All right, 100% war score. Now, can I annex both? I can. Okay. Now, it wasn't my intention to go and grab this territory, but since they decided to jump in the war, I guess we'll just have to eat them up completely. We'll also take as much money as we can. So we're going to get 10 bucks, which does... No, I was going to say, that doesn't change the aggressive expansion. There's a little bit of antagonism over here. A little bit of bad boy that we're earning up over there. The highest antagonism is going to be with the Republic of Hagenau, but they're not going to exist in a second. The Bishopric of Strasbourg is the one that's right next to us. They're going to be a little salty. I don't think they'll join a coalition, but I might not be able to go for Lichtenberg immediately. Although we could do a safety save and then try and see what happens. And then revert if the whole world coalition's against us. If we separate peace, we might get more gold, but I suppose that might be true. I'm just going to go for it as is, though. So let's send this demand. Boom. There we go. They've accepted our generous peace offer. Now we have 3 locations. What I'm going to do is I'm immediately going to change, instead of developing Strasbourg, actually, I guess instead of stabilizing, even though we really need stabilizing, because what I'm about to do is in military action, we're going to integrate. So we have a 94 military strength with this character, with Baldwin. So we're going to do an integration instead. And I'm going to work, first of all, to integrating the province of Strasbourg. Now, we're already 50% integrated, because obviously one of these 2 locations is totally integrated, because we started with it. The second location isn't. That's why we're at 50%. But yeah, so we're halfway there, and there's more population overall in here. So let's go ahead and work on integrating Strasbourg. Yeah, the province of Strasbourg, as opposed to the location of Strasbourg city itself. So we're going to run that. I still have the other one still doing some development in Strasbourg, which seems okay. Although, you know what? What is your military score? 46 isn't the worst. Maybe what I'll do is I will, in fact, get you to start integrating the other province. It's not going to be anywhere as quick, but it's probably worth doing. The other thing I'm going to do, our Republican transition is getting higher. It's still costing us extra for stability investment, but it's getting better. I'm going to go ahead and, not our diplomacy spending, actually, our stability spending. I'm going to max out. One thing that's interesting about diplomacy spending, not only is it how many diplomats you're earning per month, and most diplomatic actions seem to take one whole diplomat to do, but it actually affects your cap as well. This green bar is how much diplomacy we have stored up, how many diplomats we have stored up versus their maximum. As I bring down my diplomatic spending over here, you can see the green bar going up because we're closer and closer to our cap. If I were to spend 0 money right now, we would actually be at, and I think actually over our cap. I think our cap, yeah, our diplomatic capacity is 1, so like we'd be over it. So we actually wouldn't be gaining any diplomats, and I might be fine with that just to save some money, especially while I'm spending extra on stability and the cost of the court. But I think these are probably worthwhile investments. I'm not sure. Although we have enough money now, I definitely want to go and develop one of our RGOs, one of our resource gathering operations. We have 2 different places available to us right now. Well, that's interesting. I wonder, can I not develop this one? Oh, because it's in a different market. Sarwarden is in the Köln market. Cologne. It's in the Cologne market over here. Ah, what do they grow? They grow clay. Ah, see, I never end up grabbing that territory in my practice games. It's just never the way it shook out. Both the provinces we have here happen to be wheat. If we grab this one over here, it will be legumes, which is great. But we've got a couple places generating wheat right now. And if I mouse over the mass expand RGO button, you can see it would actually be, for whatever reason, more profitable to build in Hagenau than in Strasbourg. Now, you can see that here. Hagenau has a higher profit from wheat than Strasbourg does. Local price, market access, it does have slightly higher market access. So really, really helpful. So it's going to cost us 33 bucks. In 3 years, we're going to have a re-earn 25. So it'll take a little longer than that to pay for itself, but also our people will be better fed. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. Click. So do that. I could have clicked these little pluses, but I love these buttons. So handy to get a great breakdown. So we'll get a little bit more wheat. To help make some money and also keep people relatively well fed. We do have a complaint that this province over here, has currently got a food shortage. So it doesn't grow food by itself. So it's going to be completely reliant on buying food from the market. And depending on our trade power and various things like that, we might have a hard time doing that. This is very unideal that this is in a different market. Within a province, all the food and stuff, I think, gets shared immediately without having to go to the market. So yeah, everyone here is well fed. These guys are going to have a bit of a harder time. It's, they've got no food stockpiled and they're running low on food. That's okay. I'm sure no one's ever had a revolution because of lack of food or anything like that. That's never happened. Listen. I really want to take another province. I really, really do. I probably shouldn't. maybe we'll work on our diplomatic game after all, and see what we can do. I think what I'll do, actually, we could also build a spy network and have an actual war with a CB as opposed to a no CB war. But I think what I'm going to do is, who wants an alliance as is? If any of these offer me an alliance, I might be willing to do it. But I'm going to see about improving relations, maybe with Lorraine. Austria's a little big. I would be surprised if they were willing to play. Who dis? Württemberg. Maybe we'll do that. Baden might be really practical. I don't know. I'm going to befriend Württemberg. These are all... So I'm befriending 3 countries that are larger than I am. Some of these guys had a lot of negative opinion, probably because of my little land grab over there. Yeah. Lorraine has minus 84 because of antagonism. Honestly, it might be the best thing to target. I do miss the EU4 diplomacy automation. You can automate the diplomacy here, but as far as I know, currently in EU5, there's not a way to just be like, hey, improve relations with the people who like might be a coalition target or something like that. Migration to Slavonia proper. Inspired by the privilege granted out by the Kingdom of Hungary, many settlers from Lower Alsace have abandoned their families in hope of forging a better life. No! No, don't leave! We need our population. Did I do a parliament action yet? No, we're gonna wait. The Stradstadt has got a cooldown. We'll get a pop-up for it when it becomes available. Oh, my army's still raised. We don't want that. We want to disband all our levies. Thank you very much. It might actually be quite good to enable automatic raising of levies when out of war, or automatic like unraising would also be kind of nice. Okay, pop needs. We got 2 markets to worry about now. I want to start at this tiny little nation so we could keep everything focused. And now already I'm in 2 different markets. Ooh, Baden hates us. Okay, I didn't actually target you. Okay, Baden's rivaled us. Fine, we'll rival them back. Perfectly balanced, huh? Interesting. We're not making enough burgers for the burgers. A disease? Smallpox has reached Strasbourg. Prosperity in Strasbourg decreased by 30%. That is really nasty. There is a cabinet action we can do to help counter that. I think I'm going to keep on integration for now, though. And yeah, we have some locations depopulating thanks to the disease. Oi! Oi! That's just wonderful. It's marvelous. Is there a benefit to being in two different markets? I don't know if there's a specific benefit. It does give you a few extra trade options, but in this case, no for us, because the presence we have in the Cologne market is basically non-existent, so I don't think we can be really active there. Oh, hello, a bountiful harvest in all of our territory. More food, reduced unrest. That's good. I still don't think that helps our poor people over here in Saarwerden, which I'm sure I'm not pronouncing right. But tell me, is there a single place in the entire game where I would pronounce everything correctly? I mean, other than playing in Canada? Probably not. Inefficient minting. Our minting efficiency is only 50% due to lack of access to needed goods. Womp womp. That is really not good. Yeah, we're losing tons of cash over here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop spending on stability for the moment. Again, the stability improvement will get better as we improve our Republican tradition. Plus, when this caps out, we won't spend over there. So let's try to balance the budget a little bit. You know what? I'll bring it up. I don't need to necessarily be making money right now. I just don't want it to go too negative. We'll do that. The Holy Roman Empire is increasing. Well, someone asked about interactions. So the Holy Roman Empire organization is over here. It's got an emperor, and there are some various actions that are available. We can check the current laws. Is there a diet going on, and who the various members? 311 members. This game has such like finer resolution than EU4. It's ridiculous. Not even convinced you'd pronounce everything correctly if you were playing in Canada. That is possibly true. Where's Ulm is a great idea. I bet you... that's not the button I wanted with this one. I wonder if there's a hotkey for find. I bet you there is a hotkey for find. Ulm! Ulm is right over there. The powerhouse that is Ulm. Well, I want Strasbourg to be the new Ulm for EU5. IBS states, I think everything is cool. RGO missing employees. So over in Hagenau, they don't have enough employees to run their farms. That's not great for that wheat farm we just built there. It doesn't help that some people were moving away and a bunch of people are dying from smallpox. I do love like this view over here, right? The total population, and we can see how people are moving. I don't like this whole people are moving away things. After we're done this integration, we may go and run a pro-immigration campaign. So I don't think we want to start another war right now unless we've got an ally on our side, which will take a while. I would have preferred ending up with both Hagenau and Lichtenberg because it was all be within the same province and the same trade zone. We did get two provinces, which is good. But we'll keep an eye on things. We do have to burn off some aggressive expansion before we start anything else. We got our organized religion tech, so we can have more clerics and higher literacy. So population does promote sort of Victoria style from one tier to another. You know, peasants can become burghers or they can become clergy, different things like that. Having positive stability increases the rate at which population promotes, which is really powerful. You can see here with negative stability, our state satisfaction equilibrium is decreased, which isn't great for the stability of our nation, but also isn't great for our tax income because we are limited in how much we can tax because we want to keep them a little bit satisfied if at all possible. Aggressive expansion is just a number. But it's a scary, scary number. Let's look at some of these side tabs over here. We got a ledger. Hey, we all love a ledger, right? The Finder we looked at, the Europedia with all these different game concepts explained, which is wonderful. Mostly stuff you're going to see in tooltips. We took a brief look at the automation window over here and lots of ways to tune it, including some sliders. Like we can automate buildings, but we can have it save some money. So in this case, by default over here, it would only spend money if it had over 1,000 gold sitting around. Then it would do it. So again, I'm automating trade and my production methods, and then right now, I automate the replacing generals, which may not be something we want to do later on, but for now is fine. And then we have these hints, which is great. So all these different situations that are listed at the top, you can also get a breakdown over here of things that are active. In fact, for most of these, if we shift and click, it'll open the appropriate hint for that situation with a bunch of extra contextual help, which is really handy, I think, for learning the game. And then we've got our agenda available, and then these are just game options. So we're going to go and ignore that. Yeah, this game has so much! So much! It's actually ludicrous. So yeah, I think we need more silver imports to do more efficient minting. What is it? Oh, there you go. Oh, I can add a reform. So our Merchant Republic has completely kicked in now. So we've got the +1 possible government reforms. So we're going to go and throw one in here. I'm wondering, do we go agricultural cultivation? We could go diplomatic traditions, move towards conciliatory. And having a higher diplomatic rep is obviously, it's a really powerful thing. People like you better, which might help a lot with this aggressive expansion that's kicking around, would probably help us get allies. I mean, at some point, I would very much like to be much more diplomatic. We could increase our trade range over here at the trade office, which sounds really good for us. I don't know that we need it right now. The embargo is on Sunday, but this is a special premiere stream. Thanks to Paradox for letting me do this and also sponsoring this stream. This might be really potent. This is also really good. Like, all three of these, I think, are really valid choices right now for different reasons. And I'm sure, as we gain more experience of the game, we're going to have, like, really pro moves to do, especially with certain goals. But for now, it's like, oof. Would the second province be better as a vassal? That's an interesting idea. We could potentially do that. I'm just wondering if we want to just produce more food. I don't know. Like, you know what? I'm going to do diplomatic traditions. We're going to be nice with one hand while we go and conquer the world with the other. Boom. Done. All right. So we'll run that. And yeah, I don't know. There might be some estate privileges that I want to grant. Ah, man, I don't know. There's so many in here. All right. Integration is progressing. We're halfway, a little more than halfway through Strasbourg. Remember, we started this at 50%, right? We got corruption. Corruption in politics? Crazy. And try to eradicate the problem, which would cost us 7 stability. I really want to raise my stability. Or we can ignore them. If we do that, we lose prestige. Honestly, I'm fine with that. Strasbourg isn't going to be very prestigious for a long time. We are too small to really generate much prestige. We're going to basically be sitting at 0 prestige. So I don't mind tanking this. Although this also gives us 5 years of ignoring corrupt institution, which reduces the efficiency of our cabinet, which I don't love. What a rotten place to be in. I think I'm going to ignore them. Neither one of those options feels good. Hey, we have a daughter! Zacharine. Oh, should we do the name in game thing? I think we should. Oh, pause. Do I have anyone in the name in game queue? We do have some people. It's going to be Lord Gravewish. I wonder if I can paste. Well, yes, but Twitch did the funny thing where it actually grabbed more than it should have. Try this again. There you go. Lord Gravewish. Our beautiful daughter. There we go. Now, this is a republic, so there's no expectation necessarily that our personal heir will inherit the kingdom, but we will see. Okay, slightly positive money. Our income will improve as we restabilize our country after this slight warfare kerfuffle, but we still have a lot of people dying or leaving us right now, which is really poor. We got some rebels brewing. I don't think they'll actually be a problem, though. And buildings missing employees, including the castle in Strasbourg. Oh, my. Okay. Republican. Oh, there we go. We're at 100 in the Republican tradition, so we no longer have the increased cost for stability. That's probably been there for a little bit. And you can see we're really not paying much to maintain that. I'm going to go and crank the stability meter to the cap right now. Try to raise this as quickly as we can. Get out of this little hole. If we get rid of this estate satisfaction malice, then our people will generally be happier. We might get some extra tax money as well, which will be good. And hopefully we can encourage people to stick around here a little bit more. I wonder what our population makeup looks like at this point. So that probably isn't helping. Although I know it's a lot of people leaving Strasbourg properly. These, I think, are just random events. At least one of these. Oh, Strasbourg is starving. Wait, is it? Strasbourg isn't starving. Well, maybe some people in the country are. Actually, no, you're fine on food. Nobody's starving. talking about, game? It's prosperity. Oh, we have under 100%. Under... I thought it was saying over 0%. Maybe I misread that. That's probably what I was doing. I was probably misreading that. Not enough prosperity. Post-war stuff. Yeah, prosperity is negative. And dropping! Need to boost some satisfaction. Okay, well, again, let's stabilize our country a little bit, and then we'll see what we can do. Okay, oh, City League membership. So, the cooperation between various free cities, based on and inspired by leagues such as the Swabian League, the Hanseatic League, and the Lombard League, seems to be working splendidly. They have agreed to work together on matters of trade, keeping imperial peace, and supporting tribunals. We, as a free imperial city, could ask for membership in this rather exclusive union. So we're going to try to do that. Because, again, I don't care about the negative prestige too much, and actually being in the City League is going to be great for us. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Declined. Womp womp. Oh, this is glitched. I haven't seen this before. Normally it's a specific nation. Character of country. All right. Yeah, I hadn't seen that before. Come on, get the stability up, baby. It'll help a lot with satisfaction. Although the counters are actually fairly happy with us right now. So that's something. Let's save money by dropping our fort maintenance by half. Since our finances are so tight right now. I'm so upset that I couldn't take Lichtenberg. The patricians... What? We could lose Republican tradition or lose patrician satisfaction.
Hey, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
Oh, they're actually basically at their cap right now. Their current satisfaction cap is 46.48. They're currently at 46.15. You know what? I think I'll accept them losing some satisfaction.
Hey, Quill, pay attention. There's a new subscriber.
Cabinet is finished integrating Strasbourg. We have gained a core. Okay, that's good. So now we have another cabinet slot over here. I think I'm going to get your help to stabilize the country for now. There we go. Thanks for the new subs. Squishy Peas and Dr. Dude. Thank you very much. All right, we've assigned to stabilize country. Raise this a little bit faster. And cross our fingers and we can get out of this hole. Okay, we can run our first parliament. Now, you don't have to immediately, and there may be reasons where you don't want to right away. But if it does go too long without it, then you'll get an alert that people are complaining. Your state satisfaction will drop if you don't do it. Now, there are some good things that can happen here. And this number here is the current support. This is how much the current parliament would support this idea. So they're really in favor of expand officers lists. Ooh, that's interesting. While it's being debated, the peasant to state satisfaction goes up. And if it passes, we'll get a new character of middling skill. And if it fails, we lose stability, but we won't, I don't think it'll fail. We could increase ties to our neighbors. These don't really have enough support, which I don't love. Bolster the government is tradition, monthly Republican tradition, which we actually don't need right now. You know, I might just run the expand officers list. Because an extra character is not bad, and this is going to be really easy to pass. So let's go and run this. Yeah, during this session, a state satisfaction recovery will improve because they're getting to air out their grievances, and the cost of court goes up a little bit while this is running, but that's fine. And there we go. So over here, this is the parliament in session, and we can see if this is going to pass. And right now it is. It's going to have 57% of the support. Now, if we wanted to, there's a few other shenanigans we can do. First of all, we could boost support by accepting some more of these parliamentary agendas. For example, if we accepted the preservation of traditionalist ideas, which would slide us from innovative towards traditionalist, then this would give another 5% support to this. Or what we could do is we could tack on some amendments like fabricate casus belli or larger levies or more taxes. This would drop the support by 50%, which we then have to balance in some way. I don't think I can eat this right now, unfortunately. So I think we're just going to not get ourselves involved in this, but just go ahead and run that. No CB wars, how we increase ties to neighbors around here. Okay, guilds just finished the research. Good, we can have more burghers, and the literacy of burghers goes up. We're almost out of the stability hole. It turns out declaring a no CB war does have some consequences. Oh, we got a random event to increase the support. And, ooh, some free prestige here. Peace conference in Strasbourg. Who's running a peace conference? Certainly not us. Does EU5 have a limit for a limit of states for a free city like EU4? I actually don't know. Oh, we got another kid. Boom, boom, boom. Naming. No, pause. Okay, there we go. Our parliament passed. This is going to be Davidas. Welcome to the family. All right. Unpause again. Stability almost positive. And yeah, no diplomats. That's fine. I don't need any diplomats right now. Prestige going down isn't great, but we've got the Republican tradition, and I guess that counts for something. Non-enforcement of ordinances. Although Burgermeister Fritzli von Waldau issues many ordinances, His Excellency is in practice almost powerless to enforce them. Instead, enforcement depends on the local powers, regional patricians, and city governments that are not always as vigilant as we desire. Recently, it's come to our attention that our authorities in Sarreguemines are being particularly reticent in enforcing the Burgermeister's will. Let them handle it. They gain local ordinances, which would give us more patrol, though, but costs us Republican tradition, or we can increase attempts. Enforce ordinances, reduce local noble power, increase maximum control. The patricians get upset again. Honestly, I think I'm probably fine with that. Because again, they can't, right now they're capped. They can't get happy enough for me to tax them anyway. So I'm going to do that. I didn't even see this value drop. A little confused. So where do the burgers go? Do we not have any burgers? We might not have any burgers. I need to get the next tier of business up. Something's going weird with this run, I feel. I guess I could have taken the other option. I don't know. Yeah, the economy tab, but there would still be the burger estate over there. Yeah, there's no burgers. We have literally 0 burgers. Maybe they've all moved out. That's probably our economy is tanking. I don't know what's happening here. It figures, you know, it's always the same thing. When you go live, something goes different. Our war didn't play out the same way. Something very bizarre is happening with our population. But hey, at least we've got positive prosperity now. Maybe I should have focused on increasing this prosperity first, but I don't know. But yeah, positive stability, there we are. So estate satisfaction equilibrium is going up. And a pop promotion speed as well, which is going to be good. The problem is we need some money to build some businesses to get some burgers. This is very strange. Your prosperity is at least positive as well, so that's good. But yeah, our pops are still draining like crazy. All right, the Age of Renaissance is starting to kick in. It's the dawning of the Age of Renaissance, a new era of knowledge, arts, and progress emerging due to growing interaction in institutions of medieval societies affected by Pax Mongolica, the Islamic Golden Age, and the European Renaissance. So we can choose a focus over here. For this run, I think the diplomatic focus is going to be good because it's merchant traditions, and maybe we can make friends with some neighbors. I think it's the right vibe. Random antagonism or lose stability. I'll then take the random antagonism. I don't want to lose my stability now. Lord Gravewish has gained the rowdy trait. They're going to get more military ability during their youth. Form the HRE already, you slacker. I mean, the HRE exists. You mean like unify? Probably. Speaking of the HRE, the Holy Roman Empire is dead. Or Emperor is dead. They're going to elect a new one. I wonder what country, because I think he was from Bohemia. I didn't actually clock it properly, but I think it was Bohemia. Oh. No conclusive vote. We're without a leader. Need 50%. See how that shakes out. Okay. Population growth is finally positive again. It's probably going to be positive again just in time for the Black Plague to hit us. The banking institution has hit Venezia. All right. So if we take a look at our tech tree over here, if we look at the Age of Renaissance, so there are 3 different institutions again: Renaissance, banking, and professional army. Banking has started. It's in Venezia, and it will spread over time. And this does lock certain tech. So even though we are in the Age of Renaissance right now, I can't research banking stuff yet. That's okay. We got some things that we're still researching in our overall queue, so that's going to be fine. We're nearly done Universal Christianity. Let's increase the RGO size. I actually don't know if this is like the maximum build size or if it just employs more people, but I think this leads to something else. We could look at the tech tree. We'll just click on that, and then take the army tradition, because we might be doing some more war, but then I'm going to go to construction speed. Well, let's limit the queue there, and then we'll decide what we're doing after that. Yeah, we have 0 diplomacy. I'm not spending any towards diplomacy right now, which I'm fine with. Well, the reason we're running negative is because we're doing 3 improved relations, which are consuming some monthly. But as soon as that's done... oh, Namur got professional armies. Okay. As soon as these are done, we'll have positive diplomacy again, although we'll only be able to store up 2.5, apparently, in total. But yeah, want the money. Okay. There you go. And, hey, Universal Diplomats. So we're now breaking even on diplomats. Renaissance is in Parma. Okay. They can go ham. Why is everything in this run going bad? Because that's the way it works. It's like the anti-streamer luck. Comet sighted, -7 stability. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, we're gonna try again to join the Free City League. Oh, actually, this is not a try. This is gonna do it. It's gonna cost us prestige again. I don't care about prestige. Can't go negative. We're gonna regain City League until the end of the game. And if we look here, estate satisfaction +1%, like equilibrium, which is great. Manpower, which won't matter yet because we don't have any yet. Expected army size and trade advantage. Absolutely, I will go ahead and join that. That sounds lovely. Perfect. Stupid comet. Yeah, population going up. I'm wondering if maybe instead of stabilize country, because one of the things I could have done, I would have had to do this earlier, is recovery efforts over here, which helps. You use this on a location that has negative prosperity. If we'd done this, our prosperity would bounce back faster, and we would have gotten some pop growth, which might have turned out to be super useful. Super useful. We have provinces to convert. Oh, right, because it converts population, not the whole province. That's not how it works. But yeah, I don't think we need to actively worry about that. There's not much of a difference going on. I think we're okay. We should take a look at our province's control situation. Okay, the clergy don't pay taxes, so I actually don't care about making them happy. So if we take a look at Strasbourg, which is our capital, we have 100% control over Strasbourg, which is great because we get all 100% of taxes and everything. If we take a look at Hagenau instead, though, we have only 23% control. The maximum control we can have is only 57% as well. A big part of it has to do with the proximity. So it's only considered 60% proximal to my capital here. And we can fix that with roads, but the problem is we don't have the money to build roads right now. So if I want to build a road to Hagenau, which is really powerful, it costs us 41 bucks. Normally, like when I did my test games as Castile and things like that, you've got tons of money to start off with. You're building roads left and right. We'd have built 30 buildings by now. Completely different vibe. Such a different vibe. A few people. Yeah, I don't like this missing people stuff. Encourage migration. That's diplomacy. We don't have anyone who's terribly good at diplomacy, but maybe instead of stabilizing, I think I might start with this. Actually, if anything, I want the burghers to be happier. So I'm going to do that. Pause. And then, yeah, I'm going to change. Instead of stabilizing the country, I'm going to change to encourage migration. In Strasbourg properly. Wow, there's no one in Hagenau. I'm still going to do this. Okay. So our population is going to rise quicker. I think we desperately need more people. Where did migration come from? So mostly from the market that it is itself. Strasbourg is part of the Nuremberg market, so it's going to be from sites in this area over here that we're going to be pulling some people in. Agricultural stability. More stability and agriculture boom. Oh, more food production and wheat output. So that's really good. We should have lots of food to spare in our markets. wicked excess. Hopefully we're selling some excess and making a little bit of cash. And start kidnapping people from neighboring countries. Yep. We just have a really good advertising campaign. Yeah, no, that is really good to start increasing this. We're missing some beeswax, probably for paper makers. Oh, Nuremberg market is actually short on wheat. That's great for us because we should be exporting a bunch of this. Or the wheat price should go up, which should make our wheat RGOs more valuable. Influenza in Hagenau. Oh my god. Why is everything being like this? I'm going to switch to recovery efforts, which does still have population growth, but it will also help bounce the recovery back. Son of a... Could we have one thing go right? Oh my god. Oh, this is awful. This will auto-cancel. The recover will auto-cancel when the prosperity goes positive again. I think that's just finishing up here. So what we're seeing. Oh, does it still run positive? Well, that's interesting. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I think it finishes. I guess it was still at 0, so it probably stops when it's actually positive. Do we want to lose stability or lose Republican tradition? Kind of 6 of 1/2 dozen. I guess I'll lose the stability. Okay, let's go back to encourage migration. And maybe I'll encourage it to Hagenau specifically, since they are so low on peeps. Sturdy grains, that's interesting. Catholicism gains Immensa Arteni Dei. Institution growth plus 10%. Oh, I support that. We're ready for another Stadstrat, but I'll probably just wait for it, unless it would do something. This would give us a discount on road production, but we don't have enough money for that anyway. Oh, we can promote the integration process. We might need some extra help to make it work. Okay, we're actually sitting at 44%, which is better than advertised. Grant privilege, or tax exemption. Ooh, these are all kind of dangerous. We could grant the right to inherit to the patricians. You know, I don't hate that. It does give the patricians a lot more power, but it does increase their satisfaction balance point. It makes stability investments cheaper. It moves us towards aristocracy, which, I don't know, maybe we want to become a king. What's the other option here? We could grant privileges to the clergy. Thing is, making the clergy happy doesn't really entice me as much because they don't pay taxes currently. It would lower the levy size. Yeah, I don't like that. And a tax exemption for burghers seems really bad for us. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grant the right to inherit to patricians. So we'll get lots of support. And if the patricians are happy, then we can tax them. So that's actually very good for us. So I was so worried today because I'm like, you know, my runs have gone so good in this game. They've been so good. I just know that on stream they'll go so bad. I have literally, in my practice starts at Strasbourg, never been declared on. Not once. All right. Well, let's raise some troops. Oh, man, we have no levies because all our people died and left for some reason. That's probably why we're getting declared on. Oh, it's like, it's absolute invert streamer luck today. All right. All right, you guys come over here. Group up. I don't have vision here. Like, I don't want to attack into hills. Is there any chance they haven't raised their troops yet? Because that would be ideal. Visibility gets affected by woods. I suppose I could wait here, and maybe they would attack me across the river. I don't know. I kind of feel like making the move, although we got to assume they've raised troops. If they haven't, then I can get in there before they've managed to raise their troops. But we'd be crossing a river into hills and forests now. That seems insane. I'm just going to sit here in Strasbourg. But if they declared war on me, it's probably because they have more troops than I do, so they're just going to come over here and murder us in the face, is what I'm expecting. I've never been declared war on. Oh, there they come. Oh, hello. Okay, they showed up with more troops. Well, we're kicking their ass. Holy cow. We have more discipline. The same base tactics. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, sorry. It's inverted here. I was comparing this 3.42 to my 6.4, but no, they do have more discipline. But maybe they jumped the gun. We also have some terrain modifiers. All right. We're also split up. We're fighting on multiple flanks over here versus them all be centered, which is interesting. Okay. We just won the Battle of Strasbourg and got ourselves 16 war score. Fantastic. Okay, well, let's go straight for Baden. They might be headed there, in which case they'll have no morale when we engage, or most likely they're moving further away. So that could be a whole thing. We haven't really looked at the army screen, but this is going to feel fairly similar to people who have played EU4, right? You know, although I guess there wasn't the three sides. It wasn't the center, left flank, right flank, and then the rear over here with the reserves. But still, some of these, you know, the consolidate, the balance, some of these will feel familiar, attaching of things. But yeah, I'm going to chase right into Baden. Aden. Oh, they got some dudes over here too. Whatever, let's just go and siege out their capital. Oh, they're turning around? I think they feel they have to. They have to stop me. We see this same sort of thing happen in, like, Crusader Kings 3. Where they're like, even though this is a losing battle, I have to try, because if I lose the capital, the war is over. So we have to run in. We have no option. They did siege that out quite quickly. Over here. We're not getting any war score. There we go. We've occupied this. We're at 58% war score. This is a smaller army. I'm tempted to chase that down, but I think what I should do is go straight for the full siege. Oh, wait, hold on. No, they might group up their armies. That would be bad. Well, no, hold on. I won't be sitting on 100% war score because they'll have occupied some over here. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to go over here and hope they don't rush my capital. Because even if I don't do a full annex, that might be fine. There's no actual castle over here, so it's a really, really easy conquest. There they are there. They're going to try to besiege that. And I'm definitely not going to want to engage. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have let them regroup. Okay, pause. 100%. How much aggressive oh, no, this is fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, well, this apparent badness turned out to be actually okay. Although, what are we going to do with this territory here? Let's disband our levies. Thank you very much. You know what? I might go to the flat map mode. The textured one is quite good. Do we need to see the train? The train's pretty. Wow, okay. All right, Starving provinces, they'll bounce back soon. Okay, the migration was still useful, but I think we've got to replace this. We got to go back for, we got to do another integration. So, we got 2 different places to integrate. All right, well, let's get started on that, because that's obviously very important. Parliament's in session. This is the promote integration process thing, so this is actually going to be quite timely. And yeah, I think the food situation will be fine soon. Possible rivals. Honestly, if I'm going to rival anyone, it's going to be Lichtenberg over here. Although that might just encourage them to, like, start a war against me. I think we're going to have to go hunting allies, even weak ones. My instinct in Europa... Oh, we lost some sport. No, we're still fine. My instinct in Europa is generally to only ally with people who kind of matter. But I think that's my EU4 thinking. I think I really do have to go and befriend a few of these smaller dudes. Okay, so we did pass that policy, so it should improve this integration considerably. Did it just give us a 20 instantly? It didn't increase our rate of integration. It just gave us 20 points flat out. Oh, that's fantastic. Is Liechtenstein a place? I don't think Liechtenstein. Hold on. Liechtenstein is like here-ish normally? Can't remember where Liechtenstein is in the real world. Yeah, there's just Lichtenberg. I mean, is it there? I don't know. It's a gap in my geographical knowledge. Between Swiss and Austria. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Anyway. Ulm wants to become a free city. You know what? They'd like me a lot if I said yes. We're going to say yes. Obviously, Ulm is a superpower in the game. We want them to be our best friend. You don't want to piss off Ulm. That's just a path to disaster. Okay, the fact that we've got some cash here is great. And again, we might want to build some of these buildings, but I think the biggest moneymaker, especially early on, is going to be the RGOs. Oh, I don't have quite enough to build one. Really? 49? That's a lot more. We don't have inflation? Oh, we do have some inflation. Oh! I bet you we have inflation because we took some war stuff. Let's go and drop this down completely. We're going to stop all minting for a little while to bring down the inflation. One thing that I think the game needs is I would love an alert. If we're running negative inflation rate and we hit 0% inflation, I want a big flashing warning that we're not taking advantage of all of our minting. Or like maybe a little automate button on here to try to keep the actual inflation to 0. Something like that would be handy. Okay, construction speed go up, and we've got some more tech to grab. I don't think the institutions have reached us yet, so I don't think we need the institution growth yet. Maybe what we'll do is we'll lock in some of our tradition stuff. And, oh, devotion to the Virgin Mary gives us some free stability. Yeah, let's run that. Some more diplomatic capacity could be useful as well. And then, you know what? I'll take the classical scholasticism at that point, because maybe the institutions will have reached us at that point. Okay. But yeah, let's drop this inflation a little bit before we do anything else. Okay, so Kragau is one of the new places we took. They would get local ordinances. I don't love that. No, I'm going to go with the second one again. I like that better for more max control, although now the patricians are a little unhappy, but they'll bounce back, so it should be fine. Yes, we have one province not being integrated right now. That, I think, is okay. Has Byzantium collapsed yet? No, they're still there. I don't know if they got any wars or anything going on. They got an enemy. Naples is their enemy. Seems all right. We don't vision over most of the world at this point. Of course, that'll expand over time. Negative money, but we're not minting anything right now. We are the 1036th power in the world. So we are still small and insignificant, even though we have been growing, which is nice. Man, why can't it tax the clergy? We're gonna have to make some changes at some point. Tax the church. We're making most of our money comes from commoners, even though they have so little money, but there's a lot of them. Although our population is dropping minimally slowly right now. Oh, that's interesting. Some people are moving from Baden into Haganah, which is actually fairly nice. What was that sound? Combo started. You have 1 minute to join. I don't know what this does. Oh, no! The Black Death! All right. So, oh, scan over England. There's something funky going on. English nobles? So they're having a revolution over here. I mean, a rebellion. I'm sure they're going to go and they'll just become England again. They'll just be a power shift, and that's okay. The Black Death. So you want to see population drop? You just wait. Now, we're not going to be alone in this. Let me read this. Disturbing news has reached us from Kizilsay. That place. Kizilsay? Oh. As we recently received the following reports from there. Alas! Our ships entered the port, but of 1,000 sailors, hardly 10 are spared. We reach our homes. Our kindred. We're playing Vampire the Masquerade. And our neighbors come from all parts to visit us. Woe to us, for we cast at them the darts of death. While we spoke to them, whilst they embraced us and kissed us, we scattered the poison from our lips. Going back to their homes, they in turn soon infected their whole families, who in 3 days succumbed and were buried in one common grave. Priests and doctors visiting the sick returned from their duties ill, and soon were numbered with the dead. O death, cruel, bitter, impious death, which thus breaks the bonds of affection and divides father and mother, brother and sister, husband and wife, dogs and cats. Lamenting our misery, we feared to fly, yet we dared not remain. Rats! The Black Death has begun its spread. Okay, so we have a Black Death situation. It's not currently in our country, but it's going to be real soon. So one question we've got here, we can't actually isolate the country. We might have wanted to. We could procure some remedies early on, build disease-resistant buildings I love, and if I'm playing a bigger nation with more money, this is what I prioritize hardcore. But building a hospital would cost us $130, which we don't have. Oh, it sucks to start as a miner. So we're gonna take some pop hits. When the Black Plague actually reaches us, we're gonna have more buttons available here. That's also true for other diseases, but it's really, really evident when it comes to the Black Death. If we go geopolitics, we can see all the diseases. So the Black Plague, influenza, measles, smallpox, and typhus are all present in various areas around the world. All right, you know, I'm sure it won't affect us. I'm sure we're gonna be fine. There's nothing to worry about here. Speed 5, baby. So, a bit of an unexpected war, but we'll take it. Oh, we have another daughter. And this daughter is going to have the very traditional, pause. The very traditional Strasbourgian name of Mr. Natrium. An excellent name for a beautiful little girl. Boom. Little play, never heard anyone. That's right. Money is positive, which is good. I mean, we are spending a bunch on the stability, which is also quite good. And I could pull back on that a little bit. But you can see that estate satisfaction, the pop promotion is good too. I think I will drop it a little because I am very much hoping, although I'm going to say I'm going to build another RGO, but our population is going to drop. Are we going to have enough people to work them? I don't know. I think we have to try. Oh, cabinet cooperation. Our humanist policy reduced jealousy between our advisors. Republican tradition, which we're capped on, and prestige, which I don't particularly care about, but it's better than a bad event. At this point, I'm taking neutral events perfectly fine. So yeah, I think, oh yeah, we still need more cash. Do we still have the, see, our inflation is 0, and now we're losing an opportunity to mint. I would really like a big wah, wah, wah alert for this. There you go. So let's start minting again, make even more money. Holy Roman Empire died again. Johann the Blind survived for very, very little time. All right. Big turnover on those emperors. Although if I were electing someone, I'd probably try to elect someone like older so that they keep kicking the bucket and don't like, you know, run for like, you elect someone young, they rule for like 50 years. Oof. Unless they're like completely aligned with you, you might not be happy with that. I want to buy Almori here, yeah, 50. The price of lumber. Base cost is 50, and the lumber's a little pricey. Also, the Rhine-Franconian patriots are definitely getting a little cranky. So these are the French. Well, Frenchish. Because, of course, we are, we're the... What is our main culture called again? It's not Alsatian. Allemande? Something like that. Yeah, Almanic. Oh, wait. 72% of our population is... Oh, shit. See, this is what happened with our expansion being a bench much. / maybe the Almanic moved away. Might have been part of the problem. If I had prestige, I could go and make them an accepted culture, which seems like the sort of thing I should do. I wonder if they revolt. I hope they're not going for independence. If they decide to flip like our primary culture or something, that would be okay. Damn. Huh. Everything on this run is going weird, and I love it. It goes to show you the game is not formulaic, and you really do have to adapt to what the heck is going on. even in situations where it's particularly weird. I mean, in theory, more stability would generally keep helping. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to focus back on max stability over here. Also, oh, I want to get some allies. So, hang on. Before we deal with this, if I were to look for offer alliance, Luxembourg is willing to... Well, yeah. Okay, no one's going to declare war on us now. Do I want to get a second alliance? You know what? I'm going to say one's fine. Now, we got this event here. Pitchforks and torches in the streets of Strasbourg. So, the lower class are getting cranky. What do we want to do about it? So we could ask the Holy Roman Emperor for help, which would cost us some prestige, but might help us. Or we could scrap together what little men we have and deal with it ourselves. It costs us some army tradition. I'm going to go with that. And the reason I'm going to go with this is sometimes the Emperor says no, and you end up paying this anyway, and then there's extra costs. And that's very frustrating. So I'm just going to go ahead and, you know what, we're just going to use our own troops, and it'll be fine. These numbers, I don't think they're percentages. Someone's asking about how it's not working. It like doesn't seem to match up. The plus 1.61 isn't, I think, 1.61%. I think it's kind of like an absolute value, and it's also being split up on various locations. It's not. I don't understand it completely. Patricians are getting salty. Oh, I'll just take the prestige loss. Again, I'm fine with sitting at 0 prestige. Even though clearly prestige can be used for things. And yeah, the Black Plague hasn't reached us yet, so that's good. I'm at my capacity of diplomats. What's my... Okay, my diplomatic capacity is fine. This does depend on your spending as well. All right, let's get another country as an ally. So, Ho Hen Lo. You're a little bit bigger. Resolution to vote on, seal the Golden Bull. Yeah, I'm not going to get involved in the Catholic and the Holy Roman Empire votes necessarily. Okay, so we're capped again. I'm not going to worry about sitting at this diplomatic cap. We might just want to leave these points open. In fact, let me go and drop my diplomatic spending completely. Yeah, less than. Okay, but that's Sarg over here. All right, now the Black Death has reached here, which did give us a stability hit. Now we've got more options. We can move our court into hiding. So while this is running, the estate equilibrium drops, which isn't great. And this isn't until the end of the game, but this ends when this situation ends. We could control the food market. We could try to isolate the country now. I think I'll segregate the infected. That seems like a decent idea. So the burghers and the peasants don't love it, but it does increase our disease resistance. So let's go and run that. We could sponsor mass forgiveness because people are thinking the plague is punishment from God. So let's forgive lots of people. The clergy get happy, which we don't particularly care about. The peasants get happy, which is good. Oh, this does lower disease resistance. I guess because they're like, oh, we've been forgiven, so we're fine now. We could present scapegoats instead, which would convert people faster. Does upset the peasants. I don't really want to do that. Paying for clerical services. Maybe I don't want to run this either. Already 14 million people have died. I mean, mostly not where we are, but our population is going to drop like a stone. I expect we're going to be at 50K by the time this is over. And yeah, the hospital is too expensive. It's 130 bucks. And if we were a wealthy nation, I'd drop a ton of hospitals. They're fantastic. Because, I mean, obviously it's very topical during the Black Death, but there's lots of other diseases that will come up in the game. And so you might want something else. We got expired medicines. Damn! We could burn it, which would cost us $6 because presumably we're replacing it, but then... Or maybe we have to buy it and then burn it. But the entire Nuremberg market loses some medicine. We can allow the spoiled medicine to remain, but the amount of bubonic plague in already infected locations would go up. Or the burghers can pay for it, which upsets them. I think I'm just going to burn this. It's going to cost me $6, which hurts. It's half a year of income. But everything else seems worse. I don't want to do too much while this is going on. Yeah. Locations depopulating rapidly. You don't say. Yeah, we can take out a loan. I mean, I'm not going to take out a loan to build a hospital. First of all, the loans, because they're scaled based on your income, the loans are going to be tiny, and I'm not going to pay interest on that because it's not. I don't mind taking out a loan if it's going to improve our economy, but because it might make more money than the loan, which is kind of nice. But I don't think we're in that situation. There's widespread support among commoners and the patricians for our current policies. Indeed, they're being magnified well beyond the actual efficiency as proof of the government's goodwill and interest in welfare of the city. Ooh, we could gain some stability. We could gain 10 Republican tradition, which we clearly don't need. Or we could gain about $6. I'm going to go for the stability. And we just died. Okay. Did we die of the plague? Ah, we died of the plague! All right, election in Strasbourg. So now we have to choose who's going to be the next Burgermeister. So our options are Hector, who has no diplomatic skill. He's a decent administrator, but that's pretty much it. Our Victor, who's not bad. A couple of middling scores and great admin. Or Baldwin, who is quite good at the military. I think Baldwin's one of our people in government right now. I think I'm going to take Victor. Now, Victor was running this integration campaign, and now isn't because they're leading the government. So I'm going to have to go and assign a cabinet member. Point of character. This is a military action. Well, we'll put Hector in there, and hopefully we'll switch to something else, because you're not terribly good at integration, but we clearly want to focus on that. No one wants to marry us, which is too bad. Yeah, 94 is the military skill percentage. No matter anymore. Having the higher stat leads to a bigger bonus. You'll notice that there's a different rate at which this integration is happening, 1.8, 1.45, and that does have to do with their skill and potentially other traits going on. So there's no mana anymore. The thing is, the admin power, like the monarch power in EU4 worked very well. The way it was implemented there. So I have no idea what this rebellion is going to happen because, again, I've never actually dealt with a rebellion before. If we lose half our country to this, that'll be annoying. If they just want to switch the culture or something. Yeah, Rhine Franconian independence. Maybe we could just flip who we control, though. I guess we shouldn't have taken Baden, but we didn't start the war. Papal warning. Warning rulers, avoid feeling hatred against minorities. I agree. Clergy, religious influence, lose Republican tradition. Minorities must be controlling him. Plague tax strain. Where's Durlac? Is that? Oh, that's over here. Okay. So this province, which we took as part of Baden ages ago. Strain caused by the plague around the rural villages in Durlac have led them to stop paying their taxes. Those that have not yet succumbed to the plague struggle to meet their own needs, let alone the demands of the city. Of course, the woes of the commoners are hardly comparable to the damage that a lack of funds could do to the population as a whole. So our tax collectors have been quite aggressive in reminding the locals to pay their dues. Unfortunately, this responded in kind. Angry mob or not, payment is due. Increases control, but our pops get more upset. During hard times, taxes should be lowered. Lose control. I think I might go for that and increase the satisfaction. Or no taxes for anyone suffering. Increases stability. Drops the maximum taxes for peasants' estates. I'm just going to take this one. I don't think that's going to stop this rebellion from happening. That's our population makeup now. Crazy. Pause. Seems the Rhine Franconian patriots have proclaimed a country, and they're now started a war of independence against us. That's pretty bad. So You see how I keep talking? My plan from the start was I'm just going to take these two provinces, and then this one had allies, which it never has on any start. And the game flows so nice and so smooth. But no, we ended up with all these damn French people. And if we know anything about French people, is they're really, really good at properly rebelling and protesting against the government. But let's call in our allies. Nothing's going according to plan, which is honestly kind of fun. We definitely need the allies because there's no way we're going to have enough troops to deal with all this stuff. But we'll see how this shakes out here. I'm going to keep my troops parked in Strasbourg and not move. Republic of Baden. Yeah, so they're back in there, but there you go. We've been jumped on again, but I think they jumped too early and they get defeated. I'm still leery about moving. Although maybe I could go and take Sauerwarden right now. No, I'm going to sit here and wait. My allies are on their way. Great stuff. Oh, they're going... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, they're going straight for the capital. Okay, well, I'll merge up with them then. There you go. And then more allies. Good. Good. Okay, occupation of Baden is successful. Let's run over here then. And actually, if I can jump on these guys before they get their morale reloaded. So we got our preview of combat looking good. Our commander has more total numbers, but they do have more military stuff, but we should be fine. Yeah. I'm going to smash these guys. Win that. Good. And then, yeah, we'll go and finish off. All right. Thank you, allies. I'm not sure this would have worked out without them. Oh, okay. Luxembourg want food. So their armies are marching through our territory, and they want permission to eat our food while they're here. I'm going to say yes. This seems like a nice thing to do. Done. Why are we at 95? Oh, because we didn't actually take Durlock. It'll probably be taken before we get there. Where these armies are being smashed. Actually, we really don't want all these peasants to die. Because they're going to be my peasants in a second here. There you go. 100%. So we're going to re-annex you. And take your money again. Yeah, none of these matter because Baden's not going to exist anymore. Annexed our revolters. We're going to disband our levies. And then we need to start working on stuff again. We could do a bunch of assimilate pops into our culture. There's a lot to do. Oh, has this been reset back down to 0? You absolute ass butts. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, 47%. No, we're fine. This guy here with the admin. Is there a good admin action that might be good? I could just develop our capital. I could encourage migration. Increase control. Because, yeah, this person has 0 diplomacy skill and really bad military. The integration is still nice, though. I think I should still work on integration. Oh, I guess maybe I shouldn't read that. Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, we lost a lot of people in that war. Well, and the Black Plague is killing off a lot of people. We'll get a tally at the end. So we've lost 47,000 people to the Black Plague. New heresy and Christianity, institution growth. We'll just move this. We don't have any subjects. RGO, food production increase. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Literacy, we want all the literacy ones. Trade advantage is really powerful as well. Burger, estate satisfaction. I don't know if I need an Inquisition law necessarily right now. Let's just wait on that and make another decision when we get there. I do like queuing up a bunch of things ahead of time. Fair laws. Ooh, fair laws. What is this? State satisfaction goes up. Tax efficiency goes up. That's really good. Now, I kind of want to build another RGO. So our best thing is a wheat farm in Strasbourg. Sounds good to me. I mean, it will take... Oh, it's only cost me $33 now. And so it'll pay for itself in about 4 years or so. Was it maritime trade efficiency? Oh. Well, yes, that's not going to help us much, but sure. Wow, what a... This expansion is really kind of in a crazy place here. So there's a good chance that a bunch of our people are going to get salty again. Because again, like, 70% of our population is being actively discriminated against. Which doesn't seem like a really good way to run a country. But the problem is I still don't have prestige. I guess we could try to assimilate our... I like the census because it does increase population growth, but that'll be hard to pass. I'm going to wait on this until they start demanding it. I may have to start trying to do assimilation. Yeah, if we get an event that gives us prestige, because it costs 5. If we can get a +5 prestige event and then immediately use it to accept the culture, I'm going to go for it. I hadn't expected this to be a problem. Otherwise, I would have responded to it sooner. So if we had artists, if we had cultural influence, you know, there'd be ways for us to get prestige. But the problem is we don't have any of that. And we're small. We're not very prestigious. Yeah, I missed a few chances in hindsight. But we'll keep an eye out for the... I mean, it'll obviously give us a hit in some other category, but we'll have to accept that. Okay, these guys here went and rivaled us. I think I'm going to quite happily rival them back. Where's that rivalry? Is that in like a hostile? Actually don't know where I define the rivals. I just keep hitting the flag at the top. I mean... Yeah, I'm not sure. I could create a subject as well. I wonder if it might be a good idea. Maybe I should. Maybe I should go and make Sourwarden a vassal. Because then they could be self-governing. Baden's a little big. I'd be worried about letting them go. Although they're still Franconian. Which is funny because like we're German and they are further into Germany, but they're French. I'm gonna wait and see if a rebellion starts to build up first. Franconians are still German, okay. Franks, not French. Good point. The Black Death isn't actually present in our country right now, which is great. It's going on. Plus 10 prestige. Hold on a second. That's amazing. Another peace conference. Pause. Pause. Listen, Franks, let me be frank with you. Let me be frank with you. We're going to go ahead and tolerate you now. Congratulations, you are being tolerated. We can actually bring you all the way up to accepted, which I think I'm going to do. What's my cultural capacity at? Yeah, okay. And then if I do this, it would use up another... Okay, cultural capacity, if accepted, becomes 1.38. We would be above our cultural capacity. I don't remember the penalty for being above, for exceeding our accepted cultural capacity. I guess we could save and check. I have done it before. There was another game where I did go over, and it was annoying. I don't know that it was game breaking. All right, so we're over. Okay, it's lowering our cultural tradition, our cultural influence, and the efficiency of our cabinet. I think that's probably okay. So the hint here is, while multiculturalism can offer many benefits, nations that are unready for the administrative burdens and lack cultural capacity will suffer penalties. Pops belonging to cultures other than our primary culture will ordinarily begin as discriminated, but can be tolerated or accepted at a cost. We could consider demoting, but we're not going to do that. There are sources of cultural capacity commonly found in government reforms and advances. I think mostly it's going to be tech at this point, because Oh, right here. Culture. These are the reforms. Oh, I can't even look at them because I don't think we had any for that. It probably is pending some unlocks, unfortunately. Yeah. No one wants to marry us still. Oh, that's too bad. Burgermeister has a swanky hat. He does, actually. This is what I need for my roleplay. None of this, like, 1920 stuff. This is the good Victoria roleplay. My nipples. Christiana Pieta's tolerance for heathens. Okay. I don't know. We don't have much heathens. We do have some, though. Not very many. Yeah, we'll probably just eat this in the name of stability. Certainly what we don't want is another random revolution that kills off more of our people. Population is currently dropping. It's not due to the Black Death. Prosperity and stuff, but yeah, I gotta focus on this. Well, we got extra farms, so our food situation should be great. Yeah, food is stable everywhere. Nuremberg market. Full market. Okay, so they're losing food. Their stockpile is going down. I think they tend to lose more in the winter. Aristocrats don't want to serve. Lose army tradition. And patricians lose estate satisfaction. Or I could spend some money. The patricians would gain money. And like in Victoria, your estates can build buildings. We haven't seen it here because we're too small and everything's too poor. I don't love continuously losing on this army tradition. And the patricians losing satisfaction isn't great either. Because that'll cost us in taxes, although they will bounce back. I wonder what the break-even point is. 8 months of income. I think I'll do this. It's only 8 gold. Yeah, but it's 8 months of income, man. And we are currently selling food. Yeah, we have excess food. We're selling it to the market. So places like cities, like if we take a look here, yeah. So Rothenburg over here is consuming food. This is a city. Their crops here are fiber crops. So they have to buy food from the market, which they're buying from us. Sell people, except they're not dying from the Black Plague. They're just migrating out is what's happening here. But our population should be mostly more satisfied than they were before. Oh, I don't want to be on the Rebels tab, sorry. Right, these Franconian nobles aren't terribly happy. Lacking beeswax, sugar, fish, rice. They can't get all their amenities. Resolution. Voting for Holy Roman figurehead. Imperial law debate. Backing. 100% of people are backing this. Okay. I guess it's going to pass regardless of what we do. We need to, I think what we're going to do the next time we have a little bit more money is I think I'm going to build a building, maybe a tools building, if those prices are still good. Yeah, might build that because that'll bring some burgers back in too. Ooh, Metz wants an alliance. I'm going to say yes to that. There's people fighting in our province here. Oh, sorry. That's not a problem. I'm used to having Offenburg in my practice plays, too. Hate that our population is still dipping. Owners are upset. Yeah. Well, that's rude. The peasants are revolting, but, you know, what else is new? We have a frack ton of stability here. All right, I'm going to pull back on the stability spending. We're still going up, but not as quickly. Line goes up. We can build some more buildings. How much do I need for the tool guild? 45 bucks. Any chance the integration option is up? No. Yeah, so people are moving away from here. They do have the negative prosperity. I mean, I could have someone trying to improve that, but... Oh, no, Baldwin died. Oh, he was super good. We have no one good at the military shit. What do you got going on? Glory Seeker. Ugh. Our integration is suffering. Yeah, all right. Let's spin off Sarwarden. You're right. It's kind of a lost cause. I don't remember where that was. Not form new country. I thought it was diplomacy. There you go. Create subject. Let's do it. As a vassal. Our vassal is disloyal. Well, let's work to improve an opinion. Oh, certain persons want to game music. Yeah, maybe it's just too low. Where's the... Is there a little music player interface? Owners, serfdom, patricians. Free subjects. I think we want to move towards free subjects. I think that's a better set of ideals for us. Oh, the game has a great tutorial, actually. Part of me wonders if I should have just taken one of the recommended nations, because then you could play through the tutorial. And it's actually very strong and contextually aware. It's not like a pre-made map. It's you're playing regular map, regular whatever, but it guides you through the first little bit of gameplay in a real game. Hector deck. Okay, one of the things we're going to do is run out of freaking counselors. Because we're a small nation, normally you have tons of options here. But we really have a limited set of these people. Black Plague is still happening, but not where we are. Population is currently going up a little bit, which is good. And making $1 a month right now is actually stupendous. Stop your second advisor. Believes trying to integrate your vassal. No, I'm working on these two over here. Before the rebellion, I had been trying to integrate Sarwarden, but I'm not right now. I'm just integrating these two bits, which I didn't spin off. Okay. Do we have enough for this? We do not. 45. Or we do. Why is there not mass guild? That's weird. Maybe because there's just the one option? But still, I was used to seeing it normally. But yeah, we're going to go and build this here. So right now we don't have any burghers in Strasbourg, but people will promote. We have 13,000 peasants available to be promoted there. Employment demand met in 6 months. So we're going to go and build this as our most profitable one. We could have looked at the market to see if there was any gaps or anything, but presumably there's demand for tools because it is the most profitable one, and there's lots of supplies. Prosperity is positive everywhere else. Yeah. Now I'm going to be very eager to build some roads through these places as well. Because, again, we've got limited proximity, which impacts our control limits here, which would be improved by a road because it increases proximity. But I think the basic buildings, especially in Strasbourg itself, is going to be quite key. A lot of the buildings in the other places won't show up as very profitable because of the lack of control. It means we don't get the tax in the same way, so we really won't turn that profit. You can use a new vassal to improve cultural relations. Make their culture cost less culture cap. Wait, really? So, let's look at the whole country panel. Or diplomatic. One of the subject actions. I mean, I can enforce my culture on them. Need favors for that. What's the option called for that? I do like to support loyalists. It's quite good. Yeah, I mean, I could go and curry some favors. It goes both ways. I'm just going to go and sit on this for now. Just keep up the relations. We'll leave it there. Called improve cultural relations. I don't see it. Maybe it's something we do later. Baden needs some people in charcoal kiln. It's fine. Integrate. Upper Rhine is progressing at least. Really wish someone would marry us. We stink? Maybe we stink. Brilliant diplomat. Ooh, okay. Gain brilliant diplomat for 10 years. Diplomatic capacity, more monthly diplomat, or serve God, gain religious influence. This will take the brilliant diplomat. Although because I'm not spending on diplomacy, we're sitting at our cap over here, which is fine. Our power's gone up. We're like 1,000 and something a while ago. Now we're 700 and something. I mean, basically 800. I mean, we have claimed more territory, even though we did split off a little bit with the vassal here, but I think it's for the best. And we have a lot of unhappy estates, but I think their equilibrium is fine. Yeah, we're actually okay. This really keeps going up. And yeah, the pop promotion speed is going to be really good for our buildings. Hey, the Black Death ended. So we lost 47,000 people to the Black Death. We lost some people to emigration. Our pop is going up slowly right now. And we lost some people when we did split off Sarwarden, although not very many in the end. And yeah, money is going up very quickly now. Growth of the administration. The bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. As the state and its bureaucracy grow, there's an ever-increasing need for people to oversee and administrate various lands and functions. The patricians expect to be first in line when government offices are being handed out, while the burghers claim that we should appoint men according to individual merit. The unexpected death of a trusted secretary has left a vacant position to be filled at the center of the conflict, with the burghers supporting one candidate and the patricians expecting us to pick another. While both candidates are talented men, this has to be a political decision. Well, first of all, like, how are the estates feeling here? So both the patricians and the burghers are sitting at the same equilibrium point. With pedigree comes great abilities. Patricians gain that. Now, I think this is immediate. I don't think that's a change in the cap, so I'm not sure it's going to have any real difference, because they're basically both sitting at the cap. We can turn to the clergy, which doesn't matter. Tell you what, the patricians are further from their cap, so I'm going to go with the patrician side. There it is. Oh, it actually put them over cap, and then it'll come back to the equilibrium point. But in the meanwhile, we'll tax them a little bit more. Sure. Okay. Or maybe we've already did the limit. Yeah, so I'm gonna go with option B again here. Just because there's some funky stuff in the top one that I don't want to trigger. And I'm playing on a preview build right now, so some things are slightly different. We've reached this, grant privilege cost discount. Sure. And oh, there we go. Hold on. This has been here for a little bit. This is our parliament. It's gone too long with that one, so we need to do this because that was dropping things, and I didn't notice that had been there for a little while. I think I'll probably just run increased ties to neighbor right now. Should be fairly easy to pass. Give us some diplomatic rep, which might be useful. It's already passing now, 53% support, and we've got some options we could click if we want to get a little bit more of a boost. But that's going to help a lot. Look at their income. Just went from 1.3 to 3 because our people are happier, our estates are happier, so we can tax them more. I'm gonna go with this option again. It'll upset the patricians, but I like the enforced ordinances. That seems okay to me. More support. I mean, if we wanted to do something crazy, we could do something like request additional taxes, but it's just more taxes for a year. You can get the CB, which is nice. No, I think I'm fine with not doing that, since I'd have to give away other favors. Yeah, the Black Plague hits something like 1/3 of all people in Europe, something like that. Oh, someone asking something about a map mode? I don't like how white the map is. You can't see anything? Oh, you mean like this? Yeah, one thing. So some people who prefer an older style version of the game. Where is it? I don't think it's graphics. Oh, maybe the map category. Flat map mode. So when we fully zoom out, we get the flat map mode. We could actually have it set to always on. Some people would prefer that. So now we get the flat map and the color coding that you might be used to, right? Very 2D, very like board gamey, very clear. What's going on? We can clearly see things. So some people are going to strongly prefer this, and some people are going to strongly hate this. But look at like the amount of options is amazing. So zoomed out was the default. There was something else in here. Oh, yeah, the province names on mouse over is cool. You can have the province names always show up as well if you want. But yeah, there's so many options to play with. But yeah, I mean, obviously this is very visually appealing, although the the borders are a little subtle. You can rotate this way. I don't know if you can rotate the flat map. Oh, more support. Jesus, we really could focus on something else. Like if I go to the I mean, it's literally called flat map mode. Yeah, I can rotate sideways, but I can't go up and down anymore. It's still, this is straight vertical in this particular view. Keep the default. But we could look straight down in this mode too. But I like this. I like the slight tilt. Parliament in session, yes, so that's going to go great, and it does satisfy things. And yeah, money's rolling in very well now. I wonder if I should prioritize a road next. Oh, yeah, I got tons of diplomats. We could just leave them here. Like, we're over cap. We're not gaining anymore. I could go and burn some. Like, maybe I should curry favors over here. Like, maybe we can really build a good relationship. I could build a spy network. Okay, out of curiosity. They wouldn't join, probably because of the nature of the war. Target opinion doesn't help. Maybe what I should do with Luxembourg is go looking for favors. Make them trust more. And boost the opinion as well. Because with favors, we could use them to support us in an offensive war, which might be nice. Let's try to do a big build of a relationship with Luxembourg. I'll do a few more of those things too. Should I do the same thing here? I don't know, but I'm going to go back to, like, improve some opinion there. We'll see. How many reforms you can pass for a kingdom to become a republic and vice versa? So we could go and convert ourselves into a monarchy if. Second, what's going on here? Oh, commoners are getting cranky. We can convert ourselves into a kingdom if our where's aristocratic? Oh, right here. If aristocracy, which actually we're on the aristocracy side rather than plutocracy. If we get this almost all the way to the right, it's got to be 0.95 on the right over here or more, then we could become a kingdom, which could be fun. Disloyal subjects. Why you got to be like that? Too many relations. That's not helping. Yeah, loyalty to subjects went down. Antagonism, diplomatic reputation. Here's the thing we can do to counter this. I can spend on diplomacy. Theoretically, somewhere over here. So I really actually quite like that. Your diplomatic spending is how many diplomats you get per month, plus your diplomat cap, plus your relationship cap. So you have to spend money to maintain it. We're going to increase our diplomatic spending a little bit to not be over our relationship cap. which should help with our vassals and stuff as well. Fish, rice, sugar. I wonder, what do we want to build next? We've got some money. I did talk about the road. We should take a consideration. Let's say we want to build a road from Strasbourg to Baden. Your connection's already pretty high, but we could get it higher. Your control is 16, which is well under the control cap. We could try to push the control higher with government workers, although with the integration and stuff. So building a road here I don't think is going to help us because the proximity isn't being a limiting factor. Durlach's proximity is much lower, but we'd have to build the road through Baden. I wonder about Hagenau. 61% proximity. It is actually at its control cap. Which does limit the maximum control. It's one of the big factors in here. I might go and build the road. Think we'll have enough for this? Yeah. It's going to cost us 48 bucks. But I think it's a good idea. Strasbourg and Baden are likely connected because of the Rhine. Oh! The river! Oh, that's a good point, actually. And that's probably why Durlach isn't quite as bad as it could be. It's further away, but it still has the Rhine. Whereas Hagenau would just be straight over land and with no road whatsoever. So building a dirt road should help a lot. There we go. Gravel road. So now it's at 80% proximity. Which should help out. Yeah, see, the maximum control is now at 72%. So the current control is still 57, but it'll grow. And that'll be good. So we'll get more tax out of the holdings over there, which, again, isn't much. There's not that many people here, not that many buildings. But I think it's a good investment. Improve fortifications. Oh, that's swell. Rivers also allow bridges. Oh, maybe you can build that. Okay. And there's so many buildings. Like, some of them are infrastructure buildings as well that we could load up in here. There's tons of filters. Like, if these lists are intimidating, like, then you've got all these different ways of filtering these various charts. The UI and UX in this game is stupendous. I mean, come on. What do you recommend automating when you first start? I think trade automating when you first start is probably an obvious pick. And I strongly suspect that, you know, as a human, you can probably do some more stronger things in trade, but it wouldn't surprise me if I always end up automating it. Because here's the thing. I love trading these games. It's one of the things that appeals to me the most, but that's not the same as wanting to micromanage it. I want to sort of operate on a higher sort of meta level, but let the individual trades probably be more or less automatic. So yeah, that's good. I mean, obviously automating these tax rates over here is kind of a no-brainer. Automating tax rates is always going to be like kind of correct. Like, I suppose the exception might be if for some reason you want the estate satisfaction to be above 50%, then you might want to go and turn off that automation and then intentionally drop the taxes or something. But, you know, money's pretty good, so I want that. Foreign investor from Lichtenberg. What do you want here? This will give some research, although it upset a few people. Or we gain some prestige. I don't need the prestige right now. So I think I'll accept. We'll take the research progress. That's kind of nifty. And then RGO builder. Is Strasbourg over here, the wheat payback is getting a lot weaker. It would take us about 6 years to get a payback on that now, which might still be okay. So that's 0.53. If we look at regular buildings, tools is still supposed to be relatively profitable. But yeah, the payback isn't quite as much. And the nice thing about the basic industry is it's not dependent on any good income. No, I think I like the RGO builder. And it'd be better if Strasbourg had more market access. The one issue we have with this situation right now is we are very far from the Nuremberg market. Very far away. And at some point, I think I'd like to make my own market, but I think it's going to take a while before we've got enough ability to build like all the pro-trade buildings. One thing we can consider, and it's just harder to quantify, we could consider a trade building instead. I think there's a filter for that. I don't remember. Probably search for that at the top of the page. Not sure, because there definitely are. If you sort by not goods, buildings. That's probably not helping. Trade buildings. There we go. Yeah, so I was on the wrong tab. So marketplace, market warehouse, and trade office are all ways that can get us extra trade power. Data Boy, thanks for this gifting a sub to Gemma Busi. As a reminder, if you are a Twitch subscriber, a YouTube member, or a Patreon supporter, you can get on our Discord. 30 bucks. Yeah, so we could build these. And it's not readily quantifiable to know whether that would be the best way to make more money. You know, is it better for us to build more RGOs, more industrial buildings? At least there we get a pretty clear payback, but it's a lot fuzzier on the trade situation.
Hey, Quill, pay attention.
Discord's a great place to be. Sometimes pictures of bunnies are shared. Indeed. Hey, Jessica, thank you very much. Happy Halloween to you too. Happy Savin. We have a nice Savin dinner planned for tonight over here. Just built 2 tools, so why not? Plus tons of wheat. Yeah. I mean, I like, you know, it's like good peasant employment. It's very easy to meet. Tools are clearly profitable. I don't want to build one of the trade buildings. I think I skipped it. It's higher up. Oh, yeah, it's in this list here. So I can't build a market warehouse. I don't know if it's more expensive or we need a tech. Just not available. Same thing with the trade office. Okay. I think if it was unlocked, if it was available but I couldn't afford it, it would be in the list. So if we tried to build this. So we get pop assimilation speed, which actually wouldn't necessarily be too bad. Trade advantage, trade capacity. So, and burger trade capacity. I guess one of the questions is, if we take a look at our trading, like, market over here in Nuremberg market, and at least we are only in one market now, which is good. So we actually aren't using all of our trade capacity in this market. So we don't necessarily need to raise the trade capacity right now. Though if we had more trade power, it means we get first crack at buying and selling and various things. I don't think we need that right now. I don't feel like building the marketplace is the right thing at this moment. I'm not sure, but I think so. I think we can probably wait. So I think if we were to build anything, it would be what's most profitable. So again, 0.39 for the Tools Guild is the most profitable industrial building. And the most profitable RGO is still building wheat in Strasbourg. So let's do that. We're short on laborers, but peasants are going to be upgrading to laborers, which is fine. So yeah, let's do that. We keep selling food, so, you know, that's good. And yeah, we're making money from diplomacy. Oh, from our vassal. Jesus Christ, our vassal's making us tons of money. I had no idea that would be so profitable. That's actually insane. I guess because, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Maybe we really should be vassaling hard right now. Because at this stage in the game, our ability to do vast amounts of control is reduced. Transportation is hard. Gravel roads suck, right? I mean, think about it, right? Yeah, okay, we cleared some trees, but it's barely any better. Your wagons are still going to get stuck in ruts. Your horses are going to trip and fall over. In this era of, we're still very much in a feudal area. I mean, yeah, we've started the Age of Renaissance, but I mean, barely. Oh, also, I didn't realize one of my cabinet slots is empty. I mean, we have gone through the trouble of integrating Bodden, or like parts of things over here, but now I'm wondering, should I have never bothered integrating? Maybe in our war goal, like I'm so used to, well, I just want to annex, because in a lot of the previous games we've played, you always wanted to end up annexing most of the time. Sometimes you would vassalize someone just because it would give you a little less aggressive expansion, but your plan was always to diplo annex them as soon as you could. I'm really wondering if we should have done something else. But I mean, at this point, we've got 90% proximity. Our control is still low, but it's going to get there. So I don't want to go and knock them off. Baden in particular isn't a great place, so I think we do want to keep it. But that is very interesting to consider. Anyway, so for our action, we could do a rebel crackdown, although we're fine now. That's good to note. Stability is really good. The Republican tradition is fine. I don't know if we need to run and simulate. We could run the province control. The max control increase doesn't matter too much. The monthly might be nice. Like, we could run this in Baden for a little bit and bring it up to its cap. The development's always good. Migration is also good. Development might be a better long-term investment. Like, if we have wealth, people should come to us. And if small nation, got to be careful about having too many vassals. Yeah, I mean, obviously they could turn on us, which wouldn't be great. Okay, I think I'm going to go and develop. And yeah, we'll develop the province of Strasbourg, not the location of Strasbourg. Province. Although, ooh, skill-wise... Oh, you get 76 admin. Actually, Conrad, you're pretty good at this. Okay, good. Let's show the HRE can... yeah, I don't think there's any limit to what I can show in this. We're not being very interactive with the Holy Roman Empire at this point because I'm trying to focus on just figuring out how to run my own country. But we couldn't load us up. We can see the privileges and duties of the emperor over here and all the laws they put in. Again, the prince electors, archbishops, free imperial cities, and that's us right over here with the red slash on the white shield, or white flag in this case. That is us. And all the different laws that are currently, in effect. There's so many of them. We're letting the HRA mostly doing its own thing. Yes, we're part of it. I don't know if it's passed the law yet that makes it so that we can't do a no CB war anymore. We probably wouldn't want to anyway. Ooh, Relentless Drill. Is this going to be Army Tradition boost? Monthly experience gain. Which, since we don't have a standing army, I'm not sure that helps us at all. Oh, someone does want to marry us now. We got a couple of options in the Hanseatic League. Let's go that way. You have more skills. I mean, not much more, but you do have more. I don't know if there's, like, next in line. Well, that's not going to matter over here. I do like that you have a hat. A very jaunty hat. And I don't know if the spouse's stats matter. But I'm going to go with this one. So what is being a free city? Well, one of the things that it gives us is we do, because we joined a free city league, we've got this, which is kind of nice. That 1% of state satisfaction equilibrium is actually really powerful. And then, yeah, the trade advantage is kind of nice. Other than that, like the status of free city, I think in the HRE there's might be laws to protect free cities, but I wouldn't know where they are. You know what we'll do is we'll keep up the loyalty of subjects thing, because we do actually have one now, and that might be important. Warcore, thanks for the gift subs! Marry the league, take their money. That's a big goal of this campaign. So what I would like to do is I would like to become a dominant economic force without having to blob out too much. That's what I would like. I would like to be, like, small but powerful. Now, most likely I want to expand a little bit more. And what I would love, especially when we look at the trade map mode, which is just a map mode that you can access down here, but I find it faster to find over here. I kind of want to make our own market, and I want the Strasbourg market to be a big, important, powerful market in, like, Eastern France, Western Germany, maybe even, poking into the top of Italy or something like that, like, and really competing without doing overseas trade. Because I love trade. I mean, I love playing, like, like playing as Venice or something like that and just doing lots of maritime trade. I mean, that was my bread and butter in U4. And we're going to go back to that hardcore, there's no doubt. Freaking pitchforks. There's actually no rebellion brewing right now, so I don't know, it seems okay. Yeah, no rebels. Fortifications over here. If we had $100, we could upgrade our town to a city. Oh, sorry. No, Sorry, downgrading would be $100. Founding a city would be $1,500. So clearly not doing that anytime soon. I don't think there's any need for us to do that because it's not focused enough. One of the things is it tanks the food production. I don't know if it replaces the RGO at some point or just shrinks it. So this wheat production would go down quite a bit. There are advantages to it for industry and things like that, and there's some buildings that are only available in cities versus other things. At some point, I'm sure we want to become the City of Strasbourg, properly owning the title of Free City of Strasbourg. But I don't think that's going to happen for quite a while. If nothing else, it'd be too expensive. Military complacency, army morale goes down, or lose stability. You know what? I'm going to say I'm not planning on a war in the next 10 years. We'll see how that works out. But we are making tons of money, and so we're going to use our money to hopefully make more money. Those RGOs are dropped. I think I'm going to build a road up to Durlac. I might not be able to do it in one go, unfortunately. Oh, even Baden's very expensive, probably because there's bridges involved. I mean, it would still increase the proximity a little bit. It still wouldn't be a bad thing. That is pricey. Or let's get another tools guild. Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's going to take 9 years to pay for itself. But it'll make more burgers. It'll increase our economy. Might just go and build a trade building. Maybe, you know, I think I am just going to try to build a trade building. And we're not actually using all of our trade potential, but maybe there'll be more options if we have more power. Let's give it a go. Spinner's Guild is better? Huh? Oh! Oh, wait! Is it... I didn't realize this. This is showing me the buildings I own first. Is there a way to force this to act differently? What else do we do want to build? Oh, okay, hold on. Wait, Distillers Guild? Yeah, baby! Yeah, baby! Oh, now we'll keep the population happy. Whiskey! So, it's going to be almost paid for itself in 3 years. Yeah. Okay, see, I completely missed that. You see, the next one will be less good. You can hold shift to build as many as possible, or control to build up to 5, but shift is build as many as you can afford. But, oh my god, yeah. Let's queue up a Tailor's Guild. All right, it'll take longer to pay for itself, but yeah, let's diversify a little bit. Oh my god. I should have tailored more swiftly. What am I doing? Could have made that pun. Grow grains, make alcohol. Yeah. Turn wheat into alcohol. Ooh, the Nuremberg market is critically short on food. But this also was winter. I suspect this is going to alleviate itself. Is there too much war? I bet you that's it. Yeah, and that did go away. But I bet you they didn't have enough farmers, and it was winter, and there's different things. Oh, we have a new daughter. Hold on, we need a new name for our beautiful daughter. Our beautiful daughter, Dianora is kind of a cool name, though. But not as cool as Droten Ulfer. Welcome to the family. Oh, yeah, we've got some kerfufflage going on over there. Possible rivals. You know, oh, you've expanded. This bishopric's got an extra piece of territory over here. I'm 100% going to do that. I do like that we could, it is, you know, we could go and rival people who are weaker than us.
Hey, Quill.
We aren't stronger than these guys. That is interesting. It's like oh yeah, but with all their, oh, and Luxembourg would be on the opposite side. Oh, that's no good. It'd be better if Luxembourg can convince not to join in on the other side. We'll try to maintain relations over there and see if they break. Because I would really love these two provinces. How's Lichtenberg looking these days? Austria and Brandenburg. All right, that's a little scary. That's a little more than a little scary. Actually, yeah, the Palatinate of the Rhine. Oh, okay. No, man, it's not going to work out at all. Provoke. Yeah, if he could attack us, that would be great. Can I, like, sit around and insult him a whole bunch? Send an insult. I'll give him a CB. But what if, you know what, let's get, oh, I'm incurring favors over here. Or I was and we're capped? Yeah, 10 is the cap right now. So why did I say 10? Limit 25. Favor owed to us is 10. Favor we owe to them. Right, because we owe more favors to them than they owe to us, but still. How do you feel about us? Hmm. 1,000 troops. This is your... Oh, it's your tax base. Is that your population? That's about as many people as you do. That's really... Huh. Trust. Like reputation, same religion. I'd like a phrase. What does 13 trust represent? They do seem to like us a lot. Whatever. I'm going to profess trust. And flatter them into a more trusting relationship. While running this, it lowers our diplomatic reputation. Huh. How likely one country finds it, another country will act honorably towards them. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and improve this relationship as much as possible. Our Diplo rep will bounce back. It'll be fine. Oh. Oh! Okay. Hohenlohe has called us into a war. Being such good eggs, we hardly refuse our friends. The Hohenlohe-Würzburgian War, which they have started. Okay. I guess we're going to help. We could choose not to, but we're gonna. Didn't even take us out to dinner first. They just straight used up the favors. I mean, that's a different group than we're just talking about, but... Ooh, max literacy, good. Okay, let's group up their troops. Good. Now, what I love, and I've often complained that I wanted this in EU4 and CK3, is like Stellaris, I want to be able to right-click on an army and have my army just chase that one. Well, good news, everyone! Oops. Ooh, less good news. Good news, everyone, you can do that in this game. Less good news is we have been caught here. We have a numbers advantage. They do have a discipline advantage. And I mean, we've taken some things recently that actually nerfed our military performance. Yeah, our morale is much lower. We're going to get spanked here. Absolutely spanked. And we're not into that. Oh, we did lose. I think we were inflicting some casualties. I think our morale just broke and our people were like, oh, run away. No, 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 stop. Don't. No. Ah, we're doing a white flag runaway. That's less than ideal. We got a huge numbers advantage, but yeah, our stats are sucking. We did win that, though. Okay. Let's go and just park ourselves into a siege. This fighting doesn't feel like our thing right now. Oh. Speaking of siege, actually, we're being sieged at home, which I don't love. Tell you what. I'm going to go and merge up with you. Oh, you're just going to leave. Okay. Then I will finish this siege here. Are you... Oh, you're white flagging away, aren't you? Can I chase you? I don't know where you're going to stop. I don't think you can chase the broken army. I'm going to change my mind and... I get attacked here, but we have a terrain advantage. I'm going to win this battle. Equal numbers. Train advantage. Go, 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 go. They did a river crossing, I think. We're in hills and in the woods. There's not a fort here, so we're not counting as the attacker. Okay. That's good. This morale penalty we're carrying around is really bad. I said, oh, we're not going to get into war for the next 10 years. Yeah, there's no fortress here, so the terrain is to their advantage. I think I might just sidestep. And try to catch these guys. Oh, no, they're on full runaway mode. All right. These are being unsieged because of a fortress. Same thing over here. Or, well, that's an integration, right? There's no fort in Baden, which we might want to build. Or I might even want to build it in Durlock itself, because we have a fortress in Strasbourg, which should protect Baden. We might want one over here. Besiege this. I could issue some orders, but I really like the objective system. When you've got a bigger country and lots of troops. Mostly when you get to like the carpet siege phase, then it's really nice. Catch this army, which isn't sitting at full morale. Taking some deaths. Nice, nice, nice. Look at all these zeros over here. Although some of our numbers are still going away. But... is it true that like disease, like cholera or malaria, probably cholera is what I'm thinking, killed more like more soldiers than any battle, anything for like the entirety of human history? Mainly infections, far more, yeah. I don't know where that army is. Ooh, they might be regrouping in a scary way. Oh, did you lose? Look at you with no morale. Hold on. No! That's not what I wanted. Run away! Thank you. Allow other you. I kind of just want to attach to you. That's what I'm going to try to do. No, don't move away. Scorched Earth. Okay, no friendly units. Because they keep moving away the second I want to attach them. I want to be like, bro, I want to follow you. So that you can go and organize something bigger. Ooh, I'm not going to get there in time. See, if you just let me merge up with you. Wouldn't that have been better? I wonder if I can separate piece out of this stupid war. That I don't really want to be a part of. Oh, are you in the same area? Thank you. I am attaching to you. There. I will follow you wherever you go. You might go to stupid places. Durlock's fallen again. Okay. You might go to stupid places. But at least part of us won't get caught out. This is going to be a long siege. That's going to hurt a lot. Defensive versus offensive ideas. Well, clearly chat's going to want offense, right? Luxembourg has started a war and has pulled me into it. Amazing. Okay, well, listen. Yeah, they don't want to peace out. I don't really want to give them money. No, they're really not willing to. Why don't you go... Why'd you move us and broke the siege? You know what, AI? I don't know what you're up to, but it's not very useful. I'm just gonna go sit in my own territory. How about that? Yep. There's gonna be so much devastation. Why do I have allies? Why would you ally with someone ever? You know, maybe I should have made a defensive league instead of an alliance, because I'm being pulled into their offensive wars. Okay. Well, I think we lost that. Oh, I have a plus 100% over here. Okay, Luxembourg, could you peace out with these guys? Wait, is that not where this... Oh, no, it's the Württemberg War. They pulled in Milan. Milan showed up and has 6,000 troops. Nearly 7,000 troops. You better not give away any of my shit here as part of the peace deal. Pause! Okay, no. So they pieced out. They gave a bunch of stuff to Würzburg, but none of it is my stuff. Right? And, okay, hey, look at that. Just like that, we're in peace. Both wars have GG'd out. Okay. I think we're fine. I don't know if that other ally exists anymore. We're just gonna stick with Luxembourg now. Oh my god. That sucked. Okay. Let's go back to doing the stuff I like. Making money. Let's go and get a Spinner's Guild, which actually should coincide quite nicely with that Tailor's Guild, because this is going to generate more cloth. So we can use cotton or wool or fiber to make various cloths, which should feed into the other bit and generally earn decent profit. Build that in Strasbourg, the only place we can do it because it's our only town. Everything else is too rural. I could queue up another thing immediately. I still wonder about more roads. I do want to check the RGO builder from time to time. Yeah, the profitability is not stupendous. So I'll probably just go back to looking at buildings. Saltpeter. This will be good for, like, firearms later? Maybe another Distiller's Guild. So that's interesting. I don't know why no available locations. Is it because there's already something queued up in Strasbourg? Because there's clearly a location. I do have prestige, I guess, from all the war calls. I don't think there's anything I want to do with it. I don't need to change anything in terms of our accepted cultures right now. Like, everything else is too puny. How long till Strasbourg's the center of the universe? I don't know, but that is the plan. The world is going to revolve around me, whether it wants it or not. It's possible to get basically the situation where we're down to food and have to make peace. I think so, because your food places could be occupied. Your army needs food from something. We're ranked 603 now. We're definitely climbing. Nice and stable. We're making bank. Yeah, we've really gotten through the awkward period. Population still isn't that high. Although, it turns out it's fine. We have lots of peasants. Like, we can fill any business we want to build. That is not a problem. No available locations. Yeah, I'm not sure why it says that. And maybe it does want... It wants to... Maybe it excludes anywhere that has a deficit of workers. Oh, Austria's fighting someone in Strasbourg. Very rude. Back to my people. 15 more prestige. All right. Oh, let me burn off a little. Can you make Baden to town? So that's an interesting question. So $300 to found a town over here. Might be worthwhile. I don't know. Go almost out of inflation. Actually, I could leave that last little bit there. 0.01. That's fine. Maybe we'll get an event that purges that. So I don't love the idea that Austria might be claiming some stuff that I see as rightfully mine. We could consider more aggressive. Oh, does the peace happen? You're not occupied anymore. I guess you did peace out. What's your political situation? How do I see your... Because I'm looking at my own relations here, Ness. Yes. I can click. Oh. Open country pen. That might be a little easier. So, you rival me. You have a couple enemies. You have truces. Ah! You are a vassal of Austria. Well, that's not gonna help us. So yeah, if we were to go and declare war over here, we'd actually be declaring war on Austria. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that would be bad for us. I guess we'll just have to sit at home and make a bunch of money. Okay. Austria on one side, Palatinate on the other. Yeah. Stuck in the middle with you. Alright. Why am I having a negative number? Oh, are you out of material? You might be out of material for construction. Masonry, days left. Something else delayed it, maybe? Pausing the calculation, go out of whack. It is finishing. What's Austria going to do? Fight you with kangaroos? You're right, we do have an equal navy with Austria. That's true. Or the Palatinate, or maybe both. I guess Austria is still landlocked at this point, isn't it? Yeah. No navy for either one of us. All right, I think the thing to do is to go and do some roads. So we'll build the road to Baden for now, which will help us connect to Durlac more. And I mean, I'm hoping it makes a difference. I'm hoping it stacks and brings up the proximity to 100%. Are the roads visible on the map? Yep, right there. So that's a gravel road we built earlier. A lot of constructions that you can preview so you know where to conquer. Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting point, and I don't know the answer to that. Patricians. I can take an estate hit with them. Sure. They'll be cranky. They'll bounce back. They'll be fine. Clergy estate satisfaction. I mean, our clergy have been pretty happy throughout the game. I mean, it helps that we don't tax them. Right? Wait, we have... Oh, I think because the burghers went away for a while and then came back, they have no privileges, the burghers. We could allow the burghers to build roads with their money. That helps centralize us, which I do like. Or we could just get some extra trade capacity. I also really like that. Huh. That's interesting. We could give the burghers control over monetary policy. It lowers their maximum tax, which really only matters when they're brilliantly happy. It decreases inflation, which means I could mint more money. Huh. Doesn't even give them that much power. Production efficiency. Monthly prosperity. Decentralization. It's interesting that control over monetary policy doesn't actually give them that much power. But I guess it's probably as a balance because of the lower tax rate. I wonder if that would be good for us financially or not. Oh, we actually are currently taxing them at... Well, no, 26% out of 38. So dropping the maximum by 10% wouldn't actually change how much we're taxing them now. And then we could mint more. I don't know. I do like to build roads. Although, there's not that many roads to build. I don't actually, one of the things I don't know is, can we find out how much money an estate has? Yeah, well, right now they have 0 money. So they're not going to be building any roads. Their expenses exceed their income. Who are they? Me? They would like to build a granary in Strasbourg. See, if they had money, they'd be trying to build stuff, but they don't have any money. The patricians also have no money. Well, if I keep building burger buildings, eventually they might have cash. They don't have money. Why not give them control over money? Yeah, this seems like a bad combination. You're right. I'm going to start. We do have decent stability, so promotion is happening faster. How's the rest of the world doing? Byzantine Empire is still there. Kingdom of England is still fine. Oh, Draught Nulfer is an idiot. You heard it here, folks. You know, some of our best CK3 characters were an idiot. Remember our idiot child who we turned into a monk, who became a pope, and despite the fact that he was an idiot, ended up with something like 50 or more learning? God, I love Paradox games. Oh, man. Oh, maybe they don't have building rights. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe even if they had money, they wouldn't actually be allowed to build things. That's possible. That's something we could check on with the privileges. But wow. I mean, the advantage of not having the estate privileges is we do have more republic power, which is really good. I mean, in an ideal world, the power would be completely centralized in the, you know, the crown, or in this case, the republic. You once saw a eucomonical patriarch with 0 learning. Oh, wow. Market expansions I do like. I think I'll wait until they're cranky, and then we'll pick something. That's going to be fun. We're doing the extra development in Strasbourg, which is good. We're doing some integration. I think that's the last place that needs to be integrated. Yeah, because otherwise we'd be told. Patricians aren't happy. Oh yeah, the maritime trade advances is the one I clicked on. Which turns out to not be that useful, but, you know, if it leads to other good things, that's good. Let's get the army morale, because that might actually be very important. Unlock peasant levy army levies. Let's unlock that. That's a new law. Morale recovery speed. Army initiative. And let's get some subject opinion bonuses. Diplomatic annexation cost. I mean, at some point that'll be useful. But I don't know if we need that right now. The Idiot Pope is a real hoot. That was the one where I was playing with Essentia. And we went for like a million years with like a super fertile couple who was madly in love that would not make a baby. Right? Right? Was that one? What a cursed run. Almost as cursed as this story. But we have recovered. And isn't this situation so much more rewarding considering the craziness that we had to overcome to get to this point? We're nearly 30 years into our run. We're in the 500s now for the power. And not that long ago, we were at like 1,000 and something. Meteoric rise is what we've got going on here. It would be great to have some war targets. Again, I would love to have full control over the province of Strasbourg. But apparently, unless Strasburgium here breaks off from being a vassal. Yeah, fiefdom in the Duchy of Austria, yeah. Oy, 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 oy. I got more money for more industry. Part of me still wonders about building RGOs just because they're such a good base. How are we looking right now? Or I get the road up to Durlac. So if I did this, and yeah, see, you try to route around, which I don't necessarily need. Baden. So I don't think the road. I don't know if it did increase, actually. Massive in political crisis. Less efficient cabinet or lose prestige. Turns out prestige is worth something, but I think we can take the hit. So I can just build a road from Baden to Durlac. Even that wants to go through Germersheim. Maybe it's the mountains? We got a pop-up for this war? And I just dismissed it? Sounds like something I would do. Yeah, I don't know why there's no music. Increase the music density. Maybe they'll make the music play more often. There's no... Am I wrong? There's no little music player. Is there? Maybe I should just restart the game. Yeah, let's do a save and restart to get some music. BRB. When can we buy it to play ourselves? So there is a link in the description, or the what game, where you can pre-order it. It comes out on the 4th. So we're going to be playing until about 4. So about another 45 minutes we're going to be playing here. And okay, that's fine. Sorry, I'm just trying to navigate my own computer here. We're going to play for about another 45 minutes. Tomorrow, Saturday, we normally stream on Saturday, but we're not going to stream Saturday because 4-hour stream today. Got to rest the old vocal cords. But Sunday, there's our music. Sunday, November the 2nd is when the embargo lifts. So we're doing a special sponsored stream today. Thank you, Paradox, for sponsoring the stream. And then Sunday, November the 2nd, the embargo lifts. So I probably will be streaming again on Sunday, is what I think. So we'll get more of that. And then on Tuesday the 4th, hopefully I haven't screwed up which day is which, is when the game officially releases. That is loud. Yeah, just kill the sound in OBS for a second here. Okay. Well, we definitely have music again. There you go. That's kind of quiet music. That's probably better. Okay. We're raising our armies. Right, we don't have them right now. Let me bring the speed down a little bit. We got pulled into another war. Yeah, I should have gone for a defensive alliance, probably. Because especially with Luxembourg being allied, not in the way that works out the best for us. We shall see. We'll go and help him out again. Merge up. You're just running away. Wow, there's a lot of war territory over here. Let's go and take some stuff. No talk stream, only music. Man, that would be a lot easier. Sometimes I get really jealous of these streamers who just like stream for hours but hardly talk. You know, usually it's like they're playing action games or something where it'd be harder to do that. I'm like, ooh, that would be very convenient. What's not very convenient is the size of that army. I also don't love raising my peasants all the time like this. Not good for the economy. Let's just go and keep occupying stuff. Raising peasants would be better if you were a necromancer. All Paradox games have amazing music. That is true. I can embrace an institution. Professional army. It would cost me 15 bucks, which isn't much. It would cost me 39 stability. We could let it spread more, and I think that's probably what we want to do. It looks like it's spread completely to Durlock, and it's still pending. So I think we'll wait. Ooh, well, we can't get there in time. Although, oh, our side is winning. Well, they were. Yeah, I should have moved immediately. I'm assuming... No, that would be a nice big old red marker right now. If I'd moved right away, I might have been able to get in on that, and we might have won that battle. Is there a different war map? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I haven't actually explored all the map modes. Yep, turns out there's a war map mode. Amazing. You can also pin these, right? So we have it very conveniently so I don't have to go through the sub-menus. War map mode. I used to use all the time the opinion map mode or diplomacy map mode to do basically this. Now there's an actual war map mode. Good job, Paradox. Ooh, they've split up. Does that open up a... Yes. Now, this is a bit risky because, of course, they can go and reinforce. I'm going to try it. Oh, okay. Well, you're going to get pinned by these guys, which isn't going to be very good for you, but at least it'll keep those enemies busy. Good. And then let's go and jump in over here. Ooh. Or not? Ooh, it's too late. All right. Jumped in a little late there, unfortunately. Ooh, looks like it might be working out for us, though. Barely. But yes. I don't know why YouTube developed such a delay. Like, I'm seeing stuff now for things that happened like a minute or two ago. Such a shame. I don't know why YouTube has a weird latency in its video that grows over time. Well, that's decent. I mean, we're still behind on this war for some reason. I don't know if it's all battle score. Yeah, so they lost a bunch of earlier battles. But we might be turning that around now. I think I'm going to use orders for the first time. I'm going to go lazy. I'm going to go here. I'm going to say, do focus siege. Don't split up. Do a focus siege. So you can click on individual locations, or you can click on like provinces as a whole. Here, I'm just gonna mark everything with my one army and just say, all right, go do focus sieges. Hands off. So convenient. Obviously, you don't want to do that too early in the war. There's a good chance your army is going to be somewhere it shouldn't be. Flory with the raid. Oh, thank you very much for that. You know, the worst thing about streaming this game is that I don't get to watch y'all stream. We're having a really fun game here at Strasbourg, the Free City of Strasbourg. Tiny, tiny little nation that we started with. Not even a one province minor, a one location minor. We start with just the town / Free City of Strasbourg, and we don't even have the province of Strasbourg. But we've expanded since then. Got ourselves a vassal. We got ourselves some bits of Baden. We've got Hagenau, and yeah, Saarwarden. Yeah, none of these are being pronounced right. Is our vassal. And we just got called into a war that Luxembourg started. Yeah, Luxembourg keeps starting wars. They are very aggro. Here I am, just trying to make a bunch of money, being a cute little republic. My allies keep starting wars that they need me to finish. We're quillable. I haven't started a war in ages. Now, it doesn't help that some of my neighbors have been annexed and vassalized by like Austrian stuff, which limits our expansion potential. We're just, for the very first time, we're using the automation on armies. We gave them a focus siege objective. There we go. And war is over. We're also appreciating the fact that there is a war map mode, which is super duper handy. All right, we can go and lower our troops, please. Disband the levies. Back at peace. And then we got to figure out what to do with all this money. I mean, all this money relative to our very tiny nation size. Oh, we're apparently very honorable as well. Few of the countries in the world that do not claim to value honor and justice, or few are the countries in the world that do not claim to value honor and justice, but even fewer are those countries that actually live up to these ideals. However, the lack of both large-scale and everyday corruption in Strasbourg has made it one of these rare places where principles take precedence over personal gain. Even abroad, Strasburger expatriates are sought after for positions of trust, as our people are known for their adherence, for those people who don't hear the H, to duty and rejection of attempted bribes. Who else can claim to live up to these principles? I wonder, is this a random event? Is it because we're sitting at 100% Republican tradition? We're also like very stable. Like we've built this beautiful, wonderful utopia. At some point, we're going to embrace the professional armies institution, but I think we're going to let it spread a little bit more. I could swap. Who's this person again? Conrad, who is excellent. Currently, they're doing an administrative thing, which are pretty good. Diplomatic would be even better. Migration is administrative. Oh, let's do a quick recovery effort, especially since that's diplomatic. So, this place. Kreitgau? Man, I can't pronounce these things. Does actually have negative prosperity right now. So let's help recover that. Probably left over from the previous war. It's a good little short-term mission for you. Oh, yeah, it's this province as a whole, but it's Durlac, really. Oh, we have another daughter. Hold on, we need to name you. It's Bunisher! Have we only gotten daughters? I mean, we're on our second ruler now, and it's not a direct descendant because we have elections. I feel like every single child we've had has been a daughter so far. Which, if we're playing CK3, might be annoying, but I don't think it's a big problem over here. I think we had a son, okay. But yeah, I mean, we're not playing a monarchy over here, so I don't think there's the same issue. Oh no! Measles! Well, it's a good thing we're helping Krakow, or however this is pronounced, recover, because it just took a 30% prosperity hit again. So this was about to end, this operation here, but it's still running. All right, well, that's okay. Well, it's not okay, it's not great, but yeah, we'll run this recovery operation here. Oof, 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 oof. Oh, okay, it's been long enough that we haven't done our parliament, so let's go and do that now. What does support a noble cabinet do? The bureaucracy throughout our domain stands to benefit greatly from a legislative reform around its efficiency. And who is a better candidate to champion this reform than our most esteemed members of the upper society? So while it's being debated stuff, but when it passes, Conrad, who's our leader, Gets 5 points in every ability? That is our leader, right? No! Conrad is this fella. Right over here. We'd seriously give him +5 to all stats? And slide our societal values further towards aristocracy. We are super gonna end up being a monarchy at some point. And you know what? That might be fun to make the transition. And then we can have a revolution later or something like that. All right, we'll run that. We already have 52% support. That's good. You don't always have a clear preview because you got a percentage there. That's sort of your starting base, but you don't necessarily know where the other people are going to land on this. So I'm not really feeling the need to push any more than this. Okay. And yet, at some point, if we want to form a monarchy, we could literally do it anytime we want. All we have to do is get aristocracy pushed a little bit more. I could even have one of the members in my government move us towards there, but I think it's just going to happen over time. Ah! That's our second comment. Although I'm less salty now. The first one hit when everything was going bad. Now I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Now it's mostly where can I advance next, attack next? And the answer is probably nothing. Just keep making some money. And I keep looking to see like what's the defensive situation here. I'm not looking to blob up. I want to be powerful and wealthy by being small and landlocked, which certainly adds an extra wrinkle. Okay, so Conrad. Oh, no. They pause, please. Conrad, who we liked because they had great stats. And we're boosting their stats over here. He's just died. Is this switching to a different target? No, it's still sliding our societal values towards aristocracy. But it's not going to give anyone stats anymore. I like that. Aurora says, gotta love this game. I mean, it's the beauty of the emergent gameplay of these grand strategy games. Where sometimes the funniest thing happens. Sometimes it can be infuriating, but it's still funny and leads to good stories. The incompetence of Balthazar Landau. Are you one of my other advisors? Are you this advisor? You are. So, not only do we lose our good cabinet member, the one that was less good has become worse. The comet hit Conrad on the head. Right. So we did finish the prosperity rebound of Durlock. That's good anyway. I will probably go back to just developing a province. Unless I want to try encouraging migration, but we're not desperately short of people. I mean, I would love more population. More is always better. Yeah, I think I'll just go back to develop province. And I'm going to focus on Strasbourg. And let's go and appoint a cabinet member. Okay, Johann von Berg's pretty good. What are your traits here? Malevolent. Okay, as a ruler, you would make our subjects less loyal. No, that's fine. You've got well-balanced stat. You're going to be good at every job in the cabinet, so that's nice. Whoop! Whoop! Yeah, the 100 Years' War is getting spicy. Oh, also, we did take a little hit of support over here. We're going to have to do something. I like increase opinion. That's fine. The clergy and burghers get a little salty. Screw that. And I'm not going to go plutocratic, because we might go aristocratic, as it turns out. Let's get that back in the green. Anyway, because it does suck to lose those. We're just sitting on a diplomats. That's fine. I'm not spending a lot on diplomats, but we got the money. I'm going to go and plop down some more buildings. I do like the RGO. I think most of our valuable RGOs. Oh, we got an extra wheat available in Strasbourg, I think. Yeah, we were at 6 of 6, 6 of 7. Oh, perfect. Let's start with that. But then also, we could build a jeweler's guild. I mean, we would be completely reliant on importing gold or silver and these extra enhancements. I don't know if it's a good idea, and it could be, right? Because it's all about trade and stuff. But we are kind of reliant on other parts of the world not doing something stupid. So while a Jeweler's Guild theoretically should be fairly profitable, I don't love it. And the Spinner's Guild is almost as profitable. I mean, we're still importing stuff, but it seems less tricksy. You know what'd be interesting is if over here it told us what the surplus was in our current market. We have an iron or gold province nearby. I'm not sure. What did we have? Baden was, oh yeah, wine. That's right. And Durlock was more wheat. I have so much wheat. So for those of you, if you get this game and you play as Strasbourg, what I did in like all my practice runs, very simple. No CB War, Hagenau, finish it. No CB War, Lichtenberg, finish it. It's great. I love that we get legumes here as opposed to wheat, just to get, you know, a more balanced diet. And it's all part of the province of Lower Alsace. And then the next like bugbear is like, oh, can we take this place, which is Strasbourgum, which is a little trickier because they do have two provinces. They've expanded to the third. In this case, now they're also a vassal of Austria, which is a whole other thing. But it's like a natural little conquest path over here. Everything has gone weird on this run. Ooh, who controls? Oh, that's all Palatinate. Yeah, I don't think I've got a war target. They're really not very profitable. All right, let's get another Spinner's Guild. Maybe I'll build another tools. It's a long payback. All right, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to build the jewelers. And we're just going to have to hope that trade remains stable. It's still not the greatest payback period. But let's throw in there. Who's the emperor? That's a great question. Bohemia. England, England, England. What are you going to look like here, buddy? Also, Scotland. I feel like this was Scotland last time we checked over here. Something may have broken away. I'm not certain about that. Byzantines are still hanging around. I don't think we've gained extra vision anywhere. Ah, okay, it did retarget. So Johann over here, the new one we made, okay, got picked and got the power. Okay. I wonder, oh, I'm betting this decision was targeting this slot. So it was showing zeros in here, like it wasn't showing anyone gaining the stats because this slot was empty. And as soon as we put it in, they became the target, which is awesome. Don't die. Okay, you're only 36. Live a very long time, please, buddy. We are reliant on your stats. Save for a hospital. That's actually not a terrible idea, especially since we do have some diseases going on. Yeah, maybe I should have just saved, and maybe it's not. Maybe the next thing we do is we do build a hospital. I think only Strasbourg can have it. Yeah, this guy's like having a 666, and yeah. Our leader. Wait. Oh. Really? Oh, it's our regent, right? Because we're a kiddo. Okay. Election administration. As we currently do not have a burgomaster, the country's now. There we go. It's funny. The very second I look for the ruler, and I was confused, like, why? Who is this? What's going on? Because we died right then. Right that millisecond. All right. Roman. Well, let's see what the election brings first. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, I love romance. Let's get married to everyone. Sure. Election in Strasbourg. Okay. So, Davidis. Oh! This is one of our people! This is one of our viewers. Your stats aren't great, I gotta admit. So about a 40, 50, 40. Whereas Reinhardt here, really bad at diplomacy. As a total, I don't know what's higher. I'm math. Well, I guess, okay, if I'm saying this is 40, 40, and 50, so that's, let's call that 13. Let's just drop off that last number. And this is 14. Actually, it's sort of 6 plus 9, so 15. Oh! Oh, we can put Johan in. Let's get Johan in this. This is the guy who got the crazy stats, right? Perfect. It will, we'll have to assign someone else there, but that's going to have to be okay. Johan von Berg, congratulations. You're now the new Burgermeister. I would like mine medium rare, please. And this job here, currently in the admin, yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll throw Reinhardt in there. That's going to be okay. All right. You know what? A Foreign Order of Chivalry. Huh. I haven't done this before. Joined Order of St. George. Prestige, military ability, diplomatic reputation. Is there any downside to doing this? I haven't done this before. Sure, let's do it. Sounds awesome. Not interested. Let's start improving some relations with Hungary. I mean, are you hungry for burgers? Because we have terrible puns that don't really land. But you gotta try sometimes. Alright. Research. Loyalty of subjects. I mean, we do have a subject. It'll be handy. I mean, we haven't had too many issues with them becoming disloyal. Let's marry into... Oh! Johan's gonna marry Mr. Natrium, who's currently been hanging out in the free city of Lubeck. This is great, because it feels like when you're playing CK3 and you've custom named all your people, and then you happen to run into them again somewhere. I love it. There you go. Mrs. Mr. Natrium. Exactly. Boom. All right. Man, that's so much prestige. No works of art. Country hasn't developed enough for that yet. Integration is nearly done over here. I mean, we got some border gore going on, but I guess it's fine. Wasn't a sister? No, because it's a different family line completely. So yeah, that was a von Waldorf. Because it's elections, right? We're not electing people of the same family. This is a von Berger. No relation whatsoever. Temporary... U5's like, you know what? Things have going too good for you for a bit. Oh, you just elected like a god tier character? Awesome. Let's make him go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I think I'm going to reduce military duties, which military insanity, it's only for a year. It'll hurt all your stats. It'll hurt the military more, but that was the one that you were super capped at. We are going to lose 7 stability regardless. So, all right. Womp womp. Maybe he's just too busy with his new spouse. You know what? Give him a year. Their honeymoon period. Leave him alone. That's a pretty slow development, maybe. I don't know. But it's fine. We could do some assimilations. How's our society makeup? Loyalty subjects, okay. Yeah, so still about here. We could... Well, we're still above our accepted culture. We really cannot bring the Rhine-Franconians. Oh, actually, we can't do it more. We could change our primary culture. We could flip these two around, which would make sense based on just pure numbers. But yeah, I'm not looking to do that. And then, wait, are we sitting at 100%? 100% Catholic. Interesting. Mad cow disease from burgers. I haven't made my own market yet. I'm wondering, like, I wonder how early is too early, or is like as early as possible better. I feel like for the sake of the stream, let's go to speed 5. Let's go and make our market before the end of the stream. It might be a horrible, dumb idea. We'll do a save first, and we'll see what it feels like, because we don't have a tremendous amount of trade power. Hey, we gained a core! So that should, there we go, finished integrating. Thank you very much. Could develop another province. Do we run towards aristocratic? Man, we might. Migration could also be nice. You know, I might. In Baden, how's your control sitting? Yeah, you're at 55% out of a cap of 91. Let's go and pump up our control. Ooh, that's an admin job, which you suck at. Guy's better, although he's doing developing. I mean, this guy's not particularly good at anything, really. What? Should we do pop assimilation? Move everyone back to Alemannic? I'm just trying to focus on what like this person might be best at. I guess I could sort. Oh, sort by ability, but not by... Diplomatic endeavors. I don't know. I mean, we could make you better at making friends with Hungary. Make sure you support the Mercantile Guild? I don't know what you mean by that. Replace them, it costs money, but the problem is we don't actually have a lot of good options. We have a small country, so the characters we have are pretty limited. It cost me 5 stability swap. I don't know if it charges me this instantly. I don't think so. Yeah, see, look at our options here. They're real bad. Veit Nyman here would be better. Slightly higher diplomacy. I mean, worse admin, but it's already bad admin. A bunch of military would be useful. Right? If I go and look at one of the military actions that we would like. Stabilize. Well, really, it would just be stabilize country. And even then, I'm not sure that we need to do that. You know what? Just busy yourself developing another province. Just busy work. Spread of usury. Oh. Loans with interest. Clergy are clearly overreacting. You know what? I actually don't mind upsetting the clergy. The clergy are super happy, and they don't pay taxes anyway. So screw them. Oh, and this moves us towards the banking institution. And makes the burghers happier, which is good, because we can... Oh, well, they may have already been at their tax max, but still. No, that's really good. A reason to pick Strasbourg? So, the reason I picked Strasbourg is there's a few. First of all, I do really enjoy playing small countries and trying to make them powerful. Lose money... No, screw you, Christians. And so Strasbourg was interesting that way. I find Strasbourg's history and its position in history to be absolutely fascinating. The reason that I kind of learned about Strasbourg, and did a little bit of research of it, is because so far back that it's irrelevant. But my direct paternal family line comes from Strasbourg. It was someone from Strasbourg who immigrated to Canada that led to me. And doing family history, I did a big family genealogical tree thing. It was when I found that out. It was fascinating. And then I was like, oh, what's this? Tell me about Strasbourg. And I mean, I knew already from like, oh, is it like German? Is it French? The back and forth about like the Alsace region, all those things. But I started looking into that a lot more. And it's absolutely fascinating because it is a city/region that was sometimes controlled by Germany or German states or various things. Because, I mean, obviously there's no Germany here. Sometimes was controlled by France. Since something like the 1500, they flipped back and forth like 6 different times. And for a bunch of it, they were an independent, free imperial city. They're their own city-state that did their own thing. And I visited Strasbourg with my wife, with Essentia. We took a vacation. We went there, which is not somewhere that a lot of in people, especially in North America, you don't go there, because when do you ever hear about Strasbourg? Amazing city. Feels like a fairy tale. A weird mix of architecture as a result of being both French and German and having its own thing going on for a while. Just absolutely, absolutely fascinating. And more immediately, I'm literally writing a novel set in 1789 Strasbourg. So I have some obsession with it. And then on top of that, in this game, it becomes quite interesting because I think it's a small nation that you can grow. I mean, like almost kind of a meme, but is also an example of like, you know, this one province minor that you can grow and embiggen, and it feels very satisfying to do that, right? If you start with a big nation, you have bigger expectations. With a small nation, if you do something great with it, it feels absolutely amazing. And yeah, I just like the situation. And in terms of the start of this game, in the trade situation, right, we're right over here between the Nuremberg trade market, which is where we're currently a member of, but we're super close to Cologne and super close to the Paris trade thing. And if we went and made our own trade union or trade market over here, what would that be? And how much control can we have? I'm really, really curious about what we can pull off. Sante Piazza. A siege engineer from northern Italy has arrived in our court, offering his services to the Burgermeister Johann von Berg. He claims to be well versed in the art of building formidable Italian bastion fort. This would be Italian. So would this be Trache Italiane? I'm not sure. Anyway, which our military theorists have been desperate to emulate. However, this services will not come cheaply. That's, you know, I want to build a trade market. I don't know that I need fort defense. He does move here. What are your stats like? Meh. Or he just moves here, but we still spend the money. Or how do you even pronounce this? Well, now it's written in French. Trace à l'Italien. I'm just going to take that. I want the money for the market, which I think I might be able to build already. Not quite. I thought things were cheaper before. I thought 130. Clearly fluctuates in costs. And I think it would have to be in Strasbourg. Yeah, because the other ones have to be an urban thing. So yeah, that is what I want to do. So let's just keep it on a 5. We got about 10 minutes left of the stream. And I do have to go. Again, we will be streaming more of this on Sunday. No stream today. Sorry, no stream tomorrow, Saturday. Normally we stream on Saturday, no stream Saturday. Sunday, the embargo for this officially lifts. We're going to be playing more on Sunday. We're going to be continuing this run. Whether or not we continue with the we've built our own market now, 30 years into the game, or we revert to before it, we will see. Yeah, I might want to build a marketplace first for the trade capacity. Maybe I'm just gonna build this blind to see what happens. I fully suspect we'll build it. We're gonna learn a couple of things, and what we'll do is we'll revert and use that knowledge to improve our situation overall. We shall see. Yeah, no stream tomorrow because streaming today, and because like I could stream some Dwarf Fortress tomorrow, right? We could do that, but I can't stream EU5 tomorrow. But because I did a 4-hour stream today, and I want to do more stream on Sunday, I need to rest the vocal cords. Unfortunately, a schism. A schism has struck Catholicism and has thrown the Curia into petty factionalism. Even if the church has been divided before, this schism seems to be of a different nature. After the death of the last pope, a faction of Italian cardinals is pushing for the return of the Holy See into their own control, something they have desired ever since the papacy fell under French control. Opposing them, the French faction insists on the new pope remaining under their control. The demands of both factions seem irreconcilable, and the Catholic world is swiftly descending into factionalism, leaving the good Catholic people of the Catholic Church without their shepherds. As long as this division persists, they will have to navigate a world without their usual authority and decide for their own who the true representative of divine will is. Is this when you end up with the anti-pope in Avignon? Is this now? Ah! For some reason I had in my head that it was earlier. Ho ho ho! Sur le pont d'Avignon. We have a second pope. Yada yada. Oh, we should also have our own pope. Yes. We should be the anti-pope. Can't let the two popes touch or they explode. I don't want to lose money. Thank you very much. Just want to save up so we can build a market, which again, probably will be like, you know what? It's not the right time for the market. We'll revert, but let's find out. Oni down so, oni down so. Actually, wasn't Avignon also the place where they had the dancing plague? Ooh, Institute de Landfriede. Cheaper investment cost. All right. And, okay. Peasant army levies. So presumably this is a new law? Or is it? It's unlocked. There might be something else. I don't feel like it's any of these. I would expect it to be there unless it takes a beat for it to show up. Oh, we could change our court law. Oh, we'll keep it German. Sure. You stream non-stop until release. I mean, would that I could, but no. Like, unfortunately, that's not going to be an option for us. Oh, we can embrace professional armies super cheap now. I think I'm going to go for it. We could wait for even more. I mean, if I waited for the full spread, like, I don't mind the gold cost, obviously. But the stability is kind of painful. I'm going to say that, and then we're going to get into war before I'm ready, and then I'll be a little bit salty about it. Still in the City League, which is great for us. There we go. All right, so let's make a save before market. Before this little piggy went to market. So let's find out what happens. Here. Great market. We're creating a market in Strasbourg. Boom. Started the creation of a new market. 92 days. Okay. Let's see what happens. I don't think it's going to push very far. Probably doing this without all the market buildings is really insane. But let's see. Oh, we have an excellent minister. Efficiency in cabinet goes up, or prestige. No, let's see the efficiency in cabinet. That's great. And done. New market, Strasbourg. Our merchants are excited with the possibility of new market. Heading into the market of Nuremberg market. Holy cow. Okay. Okay. Now, what's great about this is we are going to have super high market access. Because, obviously, it's centered right over here. Hang on. Yes, market? This seems really good so far. I might want to do the trading a little bit more manually here. Okay. No trade capacity. We have some trade capacity in the Nuremberg market, but none at home, or is that none to spare? Looks like we should have a non-zero number. Let a month tick by. Guild restrictions on wheat. Free trade of goods. Trade efficiency goes up, production efficiency goes down. Hops and Durlac. Trade of wheat and Durlac spark conflict. Merchants who want free reign to buy and sell these goods believe the guilds controlling its manufacturing have grown too powerful. Strong guild. So we lose some gains negative wheat yet. That's fine. We have a lot of wheat production, so I'm not worried about bouncing back here. Weaken this cartel. I like trade efficiency. I don't like the production. I don't like the pop satisfaction going down. I guess I'm going to go option 2 here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we have trade capacity here. As I say, the 0 here didn't make sense. It was just takes a second, takes maybe the month tick to go and process that. Okay. So now, and there we go. And now we're no longer in the Nuremberg market. That also makes a lot of sense. So that was left over there. We are making more money. I think, I don't remember exactly what it was. The last time I saw this, I feel like it was in that 1 point something, the trade profit we were making. And our income per month has gone up substantially. I think this was a huge move. A lot of it from selling food. The burgers and the commoners, I think, are making more money than before. Okay. Oh, that's wonderful. And with that, there we go. We're using all of our trade capacity. I think with this, we're definitely going to go and build more of the trade buildings. because I think we're going to reap huge benefits from it now. All right, filter here. Trade. Yeah, it's still in there. I think these are probably going to have to be unlocked with tech. Yeah. Building this will give us more trade advantage, more trade capacity. That's going to be massive. There you go. Build 2. Build 2. We're going to build all of these. We can build up to 5 of these. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh my god, look. And we're nearly at 10 ducats a month. Formal guilds to the burghers. Monthly progress towards plutocracy. We were maybe moving towards aristocracy to become a kingdom. It does feel like we should maybe should embrace our money-making ways. I don't know. I don't think I want to grant another thing. I think we're just going to go do this. It'll upset the burghers temporarily, but I think they're going to be fine. They're making money hand over fist. They're going to be okay. We have another daughter, and this daughter is going to be named... Oops. I didn't realize that's not a pause screen. Selkra. Selkra, welcome to the family. Oh my god, we're making so much money! 13! It was 10, 13. I mean, it's good. I think the more dependent you are on trade, plus 16. It's going to fluctuate a lot as, like, just, you know, trade deals start and stop and things. Oh my god. And one of the marketplaces just finished. Okay, so when we get full spread in the institution, it auto-embraces. Perfect. We've got professional army. That should open up some new tech routes. Clash between Durlock and Baden. Okay, hang on a second. So these two provinces of ours, or locations, are clashing. The people of Durlock, staunch supporters of the Langris, have recently clashed with Baden, avid followers of Rome. Oh, is this the schism? Both factions have now petitioned Burgomaster Johann von Berg to clear stance on the side. Chosen side will gain support. Squabbles. Huh. France or Italy? Feels like we should be friends, maybe a little bit more French. Durlock has a higher population. That's an interesting point. All right, you know what? We're going to go Durlock. Boop. We can't create an army yet, although I'm suspecting... Honest broker, everyone loves us. Yes! Everything's going so well. If we take a look at the tech tree, we should now be able to start researching down the professional army branch over here. Military tactics, recruitment speed, recruitment law, drill army, gunsmith. I was wondering, like, when do we start to generate manpower? Armories generate manpower and start moving towards standing armies and new unit types. The problem is, even if we beeline and get a more powerful army, we're still in a situation where I'm not sure that we can start wars because our neighbors are vassals or allied with relatively powerful people. But we might need to, like, defensively research some of this stuff. Like, I'm wondering if I should at the very least pick up some, like, military tactics, right? Wreck section chance. Chance of a unit late to a battle joining their intended section. Huh. Gunsmith building. That's interesting. I don't know. I'm going to queue up to gunpowder anyway. That's going to queue up these two, which is great. Because the military tactics seems like a good idea. Thing is, we have some things to finish still in the Age of Tradition that we might still want to do. Okay, this is bringing us to 4 o'clock. Our income has just shot up. Okay. So, obviously, building this market was a huge idea. Well, because the thing is, I suspect there's lots of situations where building a market doesn't help. I think because we were in the Nuremberg market, but barely. We were 1 million miles away from the trade center. We were practically in the Paris trade center and 1 million miles away. because we were so far, we were in such a crappy trade situation that building our own market has opened up so much. And then all these people are trading with us here. And that was great. So if you're playing somewhere that's far from a trade market, or presumably doesn't start with your own trade market in your nation, it looks like building your own market is a great thing to do, and that pleases me so much. So again, we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you again to Paradox for sponsoring this live stream. If you check the What Game or the description on YouTube, there'll be a link, my affiliate link, where you can pick up Europa Universalis V. We are going to be streaming this again. Again, no stream on Saturday. Normally we stream on Saturday. No stream on Saturday tomorrow. I'm going to rest my voice. And then Sunday, when the embargo officially lifts, we're going to keep playing this. And then on Tuesday, all y'all are going to be able to start playing this and tell me how I'm doing it wrong. Thanks a lot, everyone. I wonder, how do you, I want to navigate to another EU5 stream, but I don't know the fastest way to do that. There you go, like this. Hang on, I'm going to pick, okay, the stream with the lowest amount of viewers is someone called Lady Saffron. I don't know anything about them. I hope they're cool, and I hope all y'all will be cool. But I'm going to go, and we're going to raid over on Twitch. We're going to raid Lady Saffron. And then over on YouTube, I'll drop a link in there if y'all want to keep the party going. Bye-bye, everyone. I'll see you in 2 days. See you then.